Clem, Shin, Classic, and Nice. A few players. Should be some good fun. It's going to be 2 best of 3s initially, then some best of 5s after. It's 2 best of 3s and 3 best of 5s in total. We get that underway, and yeah, we will kick off into our games. I appreciate you all being here already. Nice and early start as we kick off into this. Hell yeah. Yeah, we should be getting going soon. How's everyone feeling? Hope you're all doing well. Again, thanks for being here, and excited to get us into some games in the near future. So it's going to be Clem vs. Nice to start us off. That'll be our first best of 3. So the first 2 matches are best of 3, and then we have best of 5 and the winner's elimination decider match. Hell yeah. Yeah, hello. Hope everyone's doing well. Like I say, beautiful morning. It's actually a really nice day here in England. Believe it or not, first time in a while. It's very sunny outside. It's not cold. Hope you haven't missed Clem. We haven't missed anything. We've not started yet. We are waiting for the first game. Apparently Clem has got a Windows update, which is delaying us from going into our first match. So that is currently the delay that we're facing. So you have not missed a single thing so far. Is the TLDR. Cheeky morning. Yeah, it's a cheeky morning today. Today we should be good to go here in just a few. Just waiting for Clem to sort out his Windows update, and then hopefully we'll be all good to rumble. How's everyone doing? We're nearly at the weekend, which is awesome as well. Always nice. We're nearly there. We have a bunch of WardiTV Spring Championship over this weekend. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday is all Spring Championship groups. So we got you guys covered over the weekend in terms of StarCraft 2. Should be a whole bundle of fun, so continue to look forward to it. I'm just going to be casting the TLMC stuff. All good. It's always fun to cast the TLMC stuff. Always fun to see new maps. Always fun to see some different bits and pieces. As we're just waiting for Clem to show up. Otherwise, we're just chilling. What's up, Nas, over on the YouTube? Good day to you. Thank you for the kind words as well. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, guys, we are just, like I say, waiting for Clem to do a Windows update, and as soon as his Windows is updated, we should be able to just go. So, it shouldn't, in theory, take us too long. Fingers crossed, I'm not baiting anything, but yeah, it should just be a little bit of time. What's up, Guybread? Thanks for dropping in for a couple minutes before you head out. Good to see you. You're doing well. Appreciate you dropping by. I really went live thinking Clem was about to arrive, like, oh, his Windows was updating, but we're good now, and now it's just like, nope. he was not anywhere near being ready to go. Oof. Should hopefully just be a couple moments, guys. Get this underway. Get this started off. So just waiting for Clem to show up. Otherwise, yeah, let me know what's up. Let me know how you're doing. I'll just sneak another round of ads in, guys, just because it gives us a little bit more freedom when it comes to the actual... During the games, may as well sneak them in now. Create some buffer just in case, you know. Better to be safe than sorry in a lot of those situations, so... I just do that, but otherwise just sat here chilling. Hope you guys are again feeling good. Clem really is updating his windows, so it's going to be Clem first. Nice to start. I feel like Nice has been kind of a little bit silent lately. Like, we've not seen as much of Nice as of late, so it'll be interesting to see how he's doing. We've seen him in some online cups here and there. Hasn't really had any crazy results. And then we do have, as apparently Clem is now here, we do have Classic versus Shin after this. I actually think that's a fascinating best of 3 to start the day off on. And I actually really feel like, obviously Clem's going to be something of a favourite. Might just come down to a Classic Shin rematch further down the line, so it'll be fun to see once again, like I say, a bit further down. I would have almost preferred to see like Clem versus like a Classic or Clem Shin first round, and then like maybe we actually get to see both Clem Classic and Clem Shin on the same day. That's just me being a little bit greedy in terms of wanting to cast all the StarCrafts. Our first map going to be Amygdala, it seems, so videos are wrapping up to the point of actually being able to go, so we should be able to head into this in just a few moments. Get this settled and, like I say, get this all started. So Amygdala, Ultra Love, and Whispers of Gold are going to be our 3 maps for the best of 3. So like I say, we'll get into this in just a few moments' time. Get this settled. Kick off into Amygdala to start us off. So Terran vs Protoss, I'm going to be a favorite coming into this for sure. Let's see what we get. Let's see what happens. As we are just waiting for one person to accept a invite to our first game of the day. And we will, like I say, kick this off. A bit of a slow start just because I'm getting Clem Windows updates. But these things happen. These things do in fact happen as we get into the game. Should be good to go in a sec. No, now Nice needs a minute to go to the toilet. I feel like we could have gone to the toilet in the 10 minutes we were waiting for Clem, but that's okay. He's like, you know what? You made me wait. I'll make you wait. The mind game's in full force. So funny. Alright, we'll take a second here, guys. We'll take a few moments and hopefully kick this off in a moment or two. As I really thought we were about ready to go, but apparently not quite yet. Not quite yet. Soon, though. Fingers crossed. Soon, fingers crossed. So yeah, get ready for this TVP. Definitely, like I said, expecting Clem to be a bit of a favorite here, so it'll be fun to see what he does. It's funny because during the Rex March Madness, Clem had a very Terran-heavy group, but he actually obviously played a lot of Protoss in that, and that was kind of an interesting one as well. Anyway, we are, like I said, just waiting for this to come through. A couple of moments, hopefully, guys, and we will be properly underway. Go, says Clem. Let's dive on into Amygdala. So Amygdala are going to be our opening game of this best of 3. Let's get this started up and see what will happen. As we have got in the bottom left-hand side, our red Terran player finally underway here with Team Liquid's Clem. He takes on the blue Protoss player from Taiwan. In the top right-hand side, it is Nice. Again, cool to see Nice back and playing a little bit, because he definitely disappeared for quite a while over the past few months. But seems to be back and playing fairly consistently in tournaments at the very least, so that is good to see. That's very exciting from our point of view, because yeah, more players playing, more players taking part is almost always a good positive, right? So yeah, so yes, here we are, and heading into this best of 3 series as Nice will try to take on Clem, and we will see what will happen. Gonna be, you know, obviously typically Clem does play a lot of different styles of TVP, but a lot of it is just very much so, you know, a sense of, hey, I'm going to be kind of aggressive in the, you know, for the grand scheme of things. I'm going to be pretty kind of up and in your face. He likes to take control early, and that's the dangerous part of playing against Clem, is that you're constantly playing against someone who is very happy and very comfortable in mixing up the game plan and doing things a little bit differently, right? Like, he does not need to kind of stick to just one kind of simple style. He really is very capable of mixing it up and, again, kind of bringing the firepower and just playing in a few different ways if you do so wish. Just have the Cybercore and the Nexus continuing through, the pylon on the way in, the Nexus coming up, the CC and the Orbital Command coming about at that Reaper on as well. We continue to bring that through. Let's drop another depot into play. The Orbital Command will be finishing in just a few moments. That command center starting. Get all of that up and rolling. Yeah, STV making its way over as well. Just take a couple of seconds to come and have scouted. Now we're going to be swapping over to that Reaper as well. So that's pretty much just where we sit for the moment. That Reaper coming across the map. The Adept will continue to chase through and again see if there's anything in particular that we might be able to start getting done here. See the Adept coming about then, the Reaper coming through as well, so we continue to get that settled down just for the moment, see what we can find for ourselves. It's going to be seeing the Adept continue about, and again the Adept, the Oracle continue to come through just for now, as you have the single Marine going to be coming about there as well. Well, I would see the Oracle coming up as well, that warp gate coming through, so we get settled here. And again, the Hellion and the Marines just gathering in for some early stages. And I'm just going to fire through, so already looking for some potential. A couple of moments there, nothing too crazy. The Oracle continues to move about. That warp gate's still very much so on the way about as well. It's just bringing this over for a few moments. Again, look to see what we can do here. As the Oracle tries to get some damage, but the Marines are going to say no for the most part. They're going to push that Oracle away. Reaper over here will try and deal with this. The Oracle over here will have to try and deal with this Reaper, which is exactly what we do. So we get into action on that as well. Oracle still moving around. Again, the Viking coming up. Add a couple gateways on in there as well. We do have the Barracks very much so just on the way in right here. So again, settling as the Cyclone gets a lock on the Oracle for a couple of moments. So again, we continue to bring that up and running. see probe comes over, drops down that pile on the Hellion. We'll start to hit said probe. Begin to do a little bit more damage as the Adept comes back over. The Hellion gets chased away the other side. Hellion comes back across once more and just going to have still the Twilight Council dropping into place. Just going to bring that over. I'm just going to lift up the Cyclone right there, so it's just going to get lifted for a second to bring that straight over, and again the Oracles will continue to come about just for now. Now going to be seeing the Oracle going down, and Cyclone, Viking combined, doing a little bit of work. Fire Force really does just continue to come across here as we take a moment or two. It's going to be seeing the Bioforce still heading up. We just got the Medivac actually coming across down through the bottom side of the map as well. So just going to bring that straight over for now. The Phoenix going to fight against the Viking as well, so we'll continue with that for a couple moments here. And the Phoenix comes about. Battery will do a little bit of healing right here as well. And still got the rest of the Bio continue to step across right now, so again, just coming over. A couple of shots coming through, some damage being done. We'll have ourselves the shots continue to come about at the moment as we just have Bioforce continue to fight. I mean, Clem showing up on this left-hand side, nice. Taking quite a bit of damage. Sentries and Stalkers both going down. He just doesn't have enough as Clem is going to punch through and he is going to grab himself a Game 1 victory in this best of 3. So Clem with an early win and doing kind of, I think, a lot of what we typically expect to see in those situations. So a little bit of a win right there. And as we get ready for Game 2 in just a second, we get this hosted up and ready to start. Second map will be Ultra Love, so straight into Ultra Love for the moment. Get that straight underway. Logo is called. And we have a moment here just waiting for double checking that the players are both going to be ready to kick off into this next game. Guys, again, good to see you all. Thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks for joining us. Just going to see our countdown finishing up. It's going to allow us to go straight into Ultra Love here then, so we're going to bring this straight on through. And let's get this started off. In the bottom left-hand side, our Red Terran, who takes the 1-0 lead in this best of 3. This is going to be Team Liquid's Clem, as he battles against the Blue Protoss in the top right corner. We have got Nice. And into this Game 2 then. Get this settled. We'll look to see what the plan shall be. This Clem really does just get to that kind of overwhelming point so much. I mean, it always feels so rough to play like an Oracle against Clem because he's A, so good at defending it. He'll oftentimes find the micro to actually snipe that Oracle down as well. It's just difficult. It is genuinely just quite difficult as the Gateway, Rax, and Gas Both players both going through. Single gas on both sides, so looking as though we might have a faster expansion more so than anything else coming in at the moment. So we get that on the way. Bringing that through as well. Well, the SCV is going to go chasing around. The pro's going to come the other direction a little bit, so just going to make some moves for a moment or two. Our command center going down. The orbital command and the Reaper both continue to play on in, so bringing that straight through here. The side before the Nexus building as we speak. And just continue to get settled. For a moment or two. That comes over. We're going to continue to ping onto the pylon for a couple of moments, so and we make a little bit of a move right there, and we just have ourselves the Nexus, the Adept, and the Warp Gate all coming online. I'm going into that factory in the bunker at home, so again, taking a little bit of safety precaution as well, ensuring that you're going to be fairly safe for the meanwhile. Been pretty reasonable in that regard. It becomes about just going to be seeing the check to see what's going on, of course, trying to figure out what's going on. Twilight Counts on the gates continue to come about, and we will have ourselves the belt probes and so continuing through as well. So just a little bit more setup time right here as the Reaper makes its way around. Again, the charge coming up. We had those couple of gateways on in there. The warp gate continues to come through. Still coming about, and we are going to be having ourselves a couple of moments coming about right then, so we'll take a second, see what the plan will be. We'll just have a couple of Adepts stepping straight on up. And then charge coming through, the Raven is coming out and about. A couple of Adepts going to shade across and chase after that Hellion for a second. Starport lives, and the barracks going to go to the tech lab instead, with charge finishing obviously nice. Typically here going to look to be pretty aggressive. See those couple Marines very much so still on the way through. Just going to see the Cyclone getting that hallucination for a moment as well, so we'll be able to go and again continue to apply that pressure, push that hallucination away. But the main thing is these Zealots are coming, and we actually have got the Temple Archives coming up, but no Robos, so no warping of like Archons across the map, so I'm not sure what our game plan really sits to be right now. The Zealots and the Adepts making their way about. Just going to be having the Nexus Forge and Robo facility coming through too. Again, our Nexus and the Zealots continue to build. As we are going to be seeing the Zealots just going to charge straight up onto this bunker. So Clem's not really ready for this. The tank is going to get jumped on very quickly as well. It will go down. Force field on the ramp is amazing because it stops the Marines from coming down to the low ground, and we are going to kill quite a bundle of SCVs right now. 12 workers going down so far. Another force field gets into place there. We are going to kill that Cyclone as well. Still a Zealot or two trailing in is going to allow us to keep on hitting this mineral line. The Mule goes down. That actually had a bit of life left on it as well. I don't think we've got another force field. If we're going to try and get away with these units, now's the time to try and get away, but we might have waited a second too long. Clem is moments away from Stimmons, though, as he goes down by 10 workers. The problem is nice. That was kind of it, and that was kind of all of his tech that he had going for himself as well, so I'm not sure it's exactly an ideal situation all said and done as those couple of zealots continue to chase back around and hunting that Hellion down also as we regather over on the sides. M+1 combat shield will continue to add on in, the blink and the armor upgrade coming through too. Couple of sentries and the warp prism all being added. I'm just not sure if, if Clem goes across the map right now, which he is doing with all of his upgrades in play, I'm not sure this is going to end up very well for you at all as nice. So I'm definitely a little bit worried for him right from the very get-go here. Definitely seems like a little bit of a concern. Coming straight through, that Archon isn't exactly going to be the saving grace either, right? It's not going to do too much for you right now, as it's going to go down very quickly, and again, I just do not think we've got the units necessary to really deal with this. The Sentry going down, the Stalker's still being chased, the Zealot's going to get knocked down as well, and we will just see Clem continue to push through and looking very comfortable as he takes out this third base, and obviously just up a lot of supply. What Nice did was good. It was just very committed, and unfortunately for how much commitment it was, he didn't trade with enough of the army. He didn't hurt enough SCVs. Well, he probably killed enough SCVs. He just needed some army to go along with it. And without having any army to go along with it, this obviously ended up in a little bit of a more tricksy spot. That is going to be GG. That is going to be our time to swap over to Korea, as Shin vs Classic is our next match up, so we're going to get that ready to go. I'll head straight into this and get this started, guys. So we'll run some ads just between games, between matches. We'll get Shin vs Classic ready to go for some CVP. Clem Nice was pretty much always going to be something of the mismatch here, right? So it's not the craziest of factors. As we'll hop on over to Korea, and we'll get ready to go into, like I say, Classic versus Shin here in just a sec, guys. We'll be right back as we'll get ready for that CVP. Alright guys, videos are coming through. Persephone, Sandworm, Starchild, Frostworm, Frostline, and Amygdala videoed so far. So one more video from Classic, and we'll have some map picks in this series coming through. Arrow home the final video, and they will leave us with Killers, Mile, Whispers of Gold, and Ultra Love for the best of 3 series between Classic and Shin. Classic playing well lately. Actually played some fun PvZ yesterday against Dark. Good to see what him and Shin get up to in this series, because I actually do think currently 2 players that match up fairly well. Both having success and both being, very competitive, but, at the same time, both having success and being competitive, but at the same time, both not kind of hitting the top of the top super consistently, so should make for an interesting match. When the last time these 2 played each other was. Let's have a little peek. Shin and Classic. Last played WardiTV Mondays 30, round of 16, Classic 2-0. Played 2 weeks prior, Shin 2-0. Shin did seem to have Classic's number for the most part more recently in 2025, but Classic has been coming up with wins here and there, so we'll see what happens as we kick off into Ultra Love for game number 1 of this best of 3 here today. In our second best of 3, and again after this we start up the best of 5s. Winners, deciders, and losers match all going to be best of 5 today, so just keep that in mind as well, guys. Be some good fun. As we are, I believe, we're ready to pretty much a rumble. I think it's fair to say. Waiting for, I think, 1 or 2 more people to join the lobby and the party and so on, so just get that sorted out and we will truly be off and away in this. Getting this started. Alright, let's head into Ultra Love, guys. Thank you for a little bit of patience. Let's obviously just get some videos and so started up. Get this started out. As we are going to have ourselves in the top right-hand side of the map, our blue Protoss player is going to be Classic. Taking on the red Zerg in the bottom left-hand side, we will have our red Zerg player, Shin. So we kick off into game number 1 of this best of 3 as we set up and we get underway. Probe coming through, hatching the drone coming about, the gateway and the assimilator continue to come online for the moment. That probe still coming over as well. And we just get that hatchery down, a couple of drones building, getting this set up for the early stages. Alright, so hatch gas and pool. We'll just come straight on in here. We've seen that drone already pulling about. Just gonna nibble into the probe, so a little bit of damage being done there right from the very get-go. As we take a couple of moments, nothing overly crazy just yet. The probe coming about, again the next in the cervical, coming over. Have ourselves the couple extra queens, the blings, all building through as well. So just getting all of that online as the probe pulls back out towards the center of the map. And away we go. Taking a moment or two. Stargate building. Up next on the way, we had that probe and the Adepton, the warp gate coming through as we speak. Again, just those couple of lings going to go chasing after the probe. So again, trying to see a little bit of what we can maybe do here for the moment. So the setup continues. I'm just going to hit for a moment or two. The Adept going to take a little bit more damage. And we have ourselves the Adept and the Oracle and the Warp Gate continue to come online as well. So all of that's still coming in. Adept will chase that Zergling around as it heads into the main base. The Adept going to go shading after that as well. So again, a little bit of a move for a moment or so. Get settled in. We'll just have the Adepts moving around. It'll take a couple of seconds here. As the Adept pulls back for a moment or two. We continue to step on forward. Those lings are going to come up as well. A few drones going to begin to take damage too. Got to be super careful in this right now. Very cautious of the next couple of moments as we just have the couple of Oracles will activate and they will try and play defense. I mean, a few drones going down, a few Zerglings going down as well. And yeah, these Oracles are actually going to own the natural, so the Queen's a bit out of position. So a little bit of an awkward few moments as the Adepts hit. And we get 5 drones and 13 Zerglings with the 3 Adepts going down. So pretty darn decent damage to start us off, in all honesty. Very nice. The Zerglings still continue to gather together, so again, just going to come straight on over for a couple of moments. Oracle's going to come back down the bottom left side again, +1 and Blink both coming up. The extra gateways and the probes coming through also. Queen's going to be there. The Oracle gets turned away and just gets pushed over to the sides ever so slightly. So Oracle's getting pushed over to the side. Again, +1 and Blink coming over. The gateways and the probes coming about. We continue to get settled here for the next little bit. So again, we continue to settle into this harassment. I mean, Classic just doing a great job continuously kind of up in the front, continuously putting on pressure. Has been nice from Classic so far. Has definitely been able to do a good job of putting his opponent onto a little bit of a difficult position. Yeah, just a couple of Adepts and they get rid of some creep tumors, so already slowing Shin down in as many ways as we possibly can. The more of that we can do, the better off we're going to be. Once again, the Oracles, the Adepts, and the Stalkers continue to gather up as, again, +1 the Blink comes through. The Zergling's going to come over to the right side. They're going to jump onto a gateway. That's coming up. So that's actually going to deny Classic warping in aggressively, which is nice because now Blink Stalkers will be a little bit slower to reinforce. Shin with the speed as well, already attempting to break through on the natural of his opponent, and actually going to hit the third as well. So Runby's trying to go everywhere and going to test Classic's defense. Classic must be good on this defense, otherwise this game can get out of hand extremely quickly. So yes, and this is actually very good from him, right? He's cleaned up a bunch of the lings in the main. The lings on the third got pushed back. He blinked a little bit aggressively forward with these Stalkers, and now the lings coming from across the map actually will have a decent wraparound even as the Stalkers try to blink back. I'm not sure why Classic felt like he needed to be as far forward as he was here. He's also struggling because he's missing warp-ins, because during all of this he's just missed a warp-in cycle somewhere. I don't know if that's because he's not being able to warp in aggressively or what. These Stalkers a little bit sloppily forward as well, and Classic just making mistakes and allowing Shin to get into better positions in this game, as Classic sits at 109 out of 133 supply versus the 126, 144. So definitely behind a bit. At least does have the money to spend. He just started next. He starts up a Temple Archives and a charge, but lacking on this Stalker pressure being as good as it maybe could have been. It really could have been so much better than what we're seeing right now. And that one is kind of on Classic. That is kind of his own mistake. As these Lings continue to get chased, the Stalkers will shoot through them and get a few more kills. Hydras will shoot. Stalker's going to blink back. Couple Lings going down. Stalkers blink forward. The Ling Hydra will just come back through. I mean, this is just, again, aggressive and Classic. Blinking forward into Ling Hydra is a questionable decision at the best of time. And it's not exactly been the best of games for him, right? He's already been sloppy. And this is continuing to be a little bit too sloppy throughout, as this is just not going to be a chance for him. As you lose every Stalker, Shin is essentially invited to go across the map and to kill him. Now, Storm's on the way up, but Storm isn't going to matter if there's nothing to support the Storm. Hydra run across. The Zealots will go onto the rock tower here, or the collapsible tower, knock that down, collapse this space. One more Storm, just gonna see the Zealots charging up, another Storm coming down, still got the Ling Hydra coming about. Ling's gonna come around the other side, again, Storm still very much so hitting those Hydras. We're gonna hit one more time, but that again really is it, and that's the problem. If there's no support, these were not bad Storms, but this amount of Zealots is not going to get rid of the Hydras afterwards, and now there's no chance to get more Storms available. You don't have the time, and hence you will just pretty much die in this situation, and that's exactly what goes down here in this opening game. Shin takes a 1-0 lead in the best of 3. Alright, well, I mean, got to kind of look at Classic and be like, question mark a little bit on that one, because that was absolutely Classic just playing very recklessly with those Stalkers and definitely blinking them forward into too many fights where they just definitely couldn't take the trade at all. So I've got to be a little bit questioning towards Classic right now as to what the idea really was there. I just don't know what he was really looking for, you know? Head into Game 2 in a few moments. Alright, let's get into Killer's Mile. Okay, number 2 of this best of 3, like I say, Shin. This is one of those games where I not to take away from Shin, because I did like the counterattacks he was producing. I like the counterattack attempt on the natural. I like the attempt on the third. Classic actually defended those very well. But I don't think, because of that, I don't think Shin won the game on his own, on what he did more so than he won the game on what Classic did, right? StarCraft 2 is this weird game like this, sometimes where you have, you know, because, you know, Classic just made way too aggressive plays. Like, Shin didn't even need to make plays. He just let Classic make the wrong plays into him, and because he was doing that successfully, Classic kind of killed himself, I would say. Obviously, as Shin used to have to get the right amount of units up, and you used to have to be in the right positions. There's a lot more kind of smaller details to it. But in terms of, like, definitive moments where it's like, yep, that was what won or lost this game, it was Classic making the losing plays, more so than Shin making the winning plays, right? Once we get into Game 2, couple drones coming up, the hatchery coming down, a gateway, and a simulator continuing production from Classic as well. We had the probe on too. As our probe here is going to come straight across into the natural and just realize that we're not going to get any blockage of the hatchery or anything along those lines, so nothing to happen in that regard. We pull back over once again. Again, drone will just nibble at that probe, so a bit more damage being done. A little bit more being achieved for now. A few few moments just to get set up. Yeah. Drone gonna come about. Just gonna be having ourselves the pro taking some shots as well. So a few hits coming through. And that pro continues to move about, so we get settled here. Take a few moments. You can see the pro continue to move about as can we take a couple of seconds right now. Pro coming back across, relocating itself. We get settled into play for a few moments, so the adept coming through, we get this all rolling for the moment as well. And just seeing the adept going to continue to pressure across for a couple of moments. So again, just going to start to move on in. A little bit of a look to see what's going on. Chance to see what is up early on as well. As we have the adept just going to go and shade on in. Try to see what's going. A couple of queens and the lings gather. The queen and the drones coming up as well. We got the oracle in production. The warp gate coming through too. Peaceful opening, of course, off the oracle. We'll see what exact kind of follow-up we're going to have on the side of classic. What he would maybe like to start pushing towards and getting towards here. And there's a couple of spores continue in production as well right now from Shin, so we continue to bring that up, getting that underway. $14 additional Zerglings are going to be producing. The Overlord's still coming through. The Queen in production as well. We had on the Twilight Council, we had on the Nexus, and the Feelings and Queens just going to come back over to that left-hand side. So again, setting up over here for just a moment or two. 10 more drones. Shin just cranks that button. Let's see how much damage we can do then on the side of Classic, who gathers up a few of his adepts, the Oracles. Just begin to step forward with them, and we'll see how things going back the other way. He does continue to take some damage, and the Resonating Glaive starting up, more depths coming through. And again, the adepts will be there. Link's taking shots. So far, so good. Oracles join, and Resonating Glaives is almost there as well. A few more gates continue to come about. Still have that Resonating Glaives continue to come about. The Overlord setting up. We do have the couple of ropes going down. The Stasis Ward here. It's not going to go off. That was very close. If that had gone off, that might have been a bit more of a problem, perhaps. Adepts coming across, obviously with Glaives finishing. The question is, do we have enough here from Shin to play defense on this? Right now he's got 53 Zerglings and the Banelings. The Banelings, I think, are the big factor. They can force the Adepts to split. They're going to punish them for shading sometimes. I mean, they're kind of stuck in this mineral line, so the Adepts are going to take Baneling connections for sure. They actually hold up pretty well, better than expected. The Stasis Ward frees up on that Queen now. 8 workers dying on the other side. Classic losing his third base just in general. Those Lings counterattacking are doing so much. I think it's fair to say the counterattack of Shin is maybe doing much more than the attack of Classic. But the attack of Classic is not done yet, and that's the problem. Because Shin has been committed to that counterattack, he doesn't have as many units back at home, so these Adepts are still around. Still, it's difficult to justify Classic losing a third base. Like, it's hard to say, oh yeah, he lost his third. This was okay damage to make up for that, because I don't think we're really there right now. Next is on the third. 14 drones die and the Lings move about. That's just going to shade through. Going to show up a couple of drones. Will begin to go down. Just going to move in. Got a little wrap around on the Adept as well. We are going to see the cleanup, honestly, but we're still losing a lot of drones. So 12 more workers going down. Shin continues to take hits. Classic is rebuilding the third. He's recovering, and at the same time, while Classic recovers, Shin is still taking more damage, and that's where this game is going to, I think, get decided sooner rather than later. And Lugden coming up, Muskogman's coming in. Destination coming about again, an Infestation Pit and Lugden still add on. The Hydras are coming up as well. Hydra Lurk, Infestation Pits. I mean, obviously, Shin gets to go towards all of his tech now, and we'll see Classic having to match that tech. Blinken +1 going to be coming up from him at the moment. Again, Hydra Lurker still coming through. The Hive coming up, +2 missiles is on the way in. Yeah, that sells the +1 extended thermal lens. Finishing soon, so Classic again will have those Colossus as a splash damage. Well, that Hive is very much in production, so time is ticking towards Shin having a much better army. The problem is Classic is arriving now, and he's going to start putting some pressure on, so this is definitely going to make his life, or Shin's life, a lot more difficult. He's got a lot of sentries, so a lot of force fields available. Now, Lurkers are going to be up. They're not upgraded yet, as we blink into the first Lurker. Kill that off quickly. The thing is, the Colossus are going to deal very easily with the Ling Hydra. So if you can get rid of every, if these few Lurkers can't hold on, the Ling Hydra will melt, so it's a question of how do we approach this. I'm actually going to blink forward and try and get rid of this Lurker here, just let these Stalkers tank some damage. I'm not sure how much I love that, but I do like the Archons absorbing a bunch of shots because they're just hallucinations. That part of this is very nice and working effectively at first. Now the Overseer shows up, so the Archons don't take as many hits, but even just for taking the first couple of Lurker shots, it allowed you to push in a bit more effectively as Classic. And right now, taking trades as Classic, as long as you're not losing too many of your tech units, is generally good because you're killing off units that you then have to replace as Shin, rather than putting more money into the Lurker play. This is a great catch. Going to find the Lurker Den here. That's going to deny the range upgrade, and that keeps these Lurkers at kind of a little bit of a more dismal position for the foreseeable future. Lurkers get so much better with those upgrades. Obviously, first of all, getting range is always going to be amazing, but then getting some speed upgrades too. Speed is a big thing in StarCraft too. Not just speed moving around, but burrowing and unburrowing. It gives you so much more potential with the Lurkers. So that being taken away for an extended period gives you way more time to kind of get things done here as Classic, who blinks to the high ground, and Lurker's not in position. It's going to be losing a few drones. And again, you're just basically baiting units into the Colossus range so that those two Colossus can continue to do very well for themselves. Just wondering what this was over here, but yeah, just a group of Lings and they're caught in a stasis. That's why they were still there. I was just wondering why that had been there so stationary for so long. Classic taking all of this time, he's pressuring to, make an opportunity of it. Stargate on the way up, Templar Archives and the Fleet Beacon being added on as well. Charge about halfway done. We will see Classic having a good little kind of follow-up to this. I mean, his first Colossus goes down now. I don't love that he's losing Colossus and not really building anymore. I mean, like I say, losing Colossus as though he's been losing consistently. He just lost that one. But he's never been building extra, so I do worry a little bit about the splash that's behind this. Like, right now, the splash on this map is 1 Colossus. And that is just not all that pretty against what is still a pretty Ling Hydra heavy force. Storm on the way now, but I just wonder if Storm should have been more of a priority. Get to Storm during that push, and then get to the Tempests now after the push instead. But I guess we'll see. They'll step up, a couple of free teamers will begin to go down. This Morzel's going to come across. We'll have a couple of spines coming into place. The Lurkers will burrow up once again as Storm, +1 air weapons, +2 ground weapons coming through. We add on those extra Tempests, the Immortal, Nexus and cannons. Everything coming in for the moment. Those Vipers still gather up. Still got a Tempest been chasing through. Gonna have quite a few of those soon. That does mean that the Lurkers are going to be somewhat nicely answered, and that is important. Getting an answer to those Lurkers out ASAP and making sure we've got something solidified against them. One Stalk coming through. Storm comes down. Hydras and Lurkers taking hits. With this amount of Tempest, you can chunk through the Lurkers, and that's exactly what we're aiming for. The problem is going to be those Vipers that want to abduct those Tempests in and to make those efficient trades from afar. Not so efficient as the Hydras then get to shoot down Tempest after Tempest, so... Lurkers burrow up, the Ling Hydra still moving forward, a couple of Storms come down. We're seeing 3 probes getting killed at the moment here. Zealots all across on the other side. So we're going to see that Hydra going down as well. Those are nice abducts. We get rid of 2 of the Tempests, but at the same time we're now down to 4 bases again because the Zealot counterattack is doing work. We just need to be able to clean up this army right now as Classic. He's done all the work on the other side. He's going to start coming through. Zealot's going to come in from the other side as well. He's got a couple of mortals, but the Blinding Cloud makes it difficult to commit. Those Lurkers will continue to hit Classic's forward base. It's going to be good enough. We knocked down an Overseer, Mothership, and a couple more Tempests coming up as well. Some Zealots still across the map, trading with some Hydralisks. We're actually going to see the Unsiege, and Shin going to try and run away from this. Classic, again, is floating a crap ton of money. 2,500 minerals banked up at the moment is absolutely not ideal. Nexus burrow up, Hatchery coming through, the Stargate and the Nexus continue to come about as well. Five base Protoss versus a rebuilding 5th base Zerg is obviously going to speak for itself. The Lurker count is scary, but do you still feel like we've got the army to fight against Lurkers as Classic? That's the most important thing, right? Lurker counts can get scary, but if you have the right army composition, that Lurker count is going to be so much less scary at the end of the day, right? And that's what this really comes down to here. I just don't see Classic shying away from those Lurkers. I think he's going to be absolutely okay about this. Stalker's gonna hit, some changelings going down. Zell's gonna get rid of a couple of the Lurkers here, so they will fall. Damage being done. Let's try and charge up, but the Lurkers, I mean, again, that's the one good thing about the Lurkers. They do play well defensively, so I don't think any run-bys or anything right now is not exactly ideal. There's 3+2 on the way out. We got the Archon and the extra cannons coming about as well, so bringing that through. The Corruptor's on the way from Shin. That's what we really need to see, something to truly answer these Tempests more so than just an Abduct here and there. We need to have a bit more of a proper standing force that can fight that. I think Classic should, in every world, be sat here hitting this base, though. This base points outwards on the map. This should not be an easy base to hold when there's Tempests out. So I really feel as though Classic could be doing a little bit more to poke away at this forward location. Nice network still coming through. The extra Corruptors coming up. Another upgrade coming about. Nice storm to zone the Corruptors initially. We'll see how Templars trying to lead the charge because they want to be able to abduct the Vipers as they step forward. The Observer will try and come through as well. Revelation, and that gives us free reign on these Lurkers for a few seconds. Force them to unburrow and back away again. Nice next feedback. Hits the Viper once more, so we have nothing coming through from this. It's much easier for Classic when obviously he's got the army advantage, as that is somebody lagging out. Much easier when Classic has that army advantage to obviously bully around and to take good fights, but that doesn't take away from the fact he is still taking the correct fights right here. As we have got a couple more Tempest shots. Stalker's blinking over. Corruptor's still taking a lot of damage, and it looks as though we're going to just focus on the Corruptors in a big way. If we get rid of those Corruptors, the Tempest will somewhat reign supreme right now. There's not actually that high of a Hydralisk count left behind this. As we dive through for the Mothership, again, that's great and all, but this has turned out to be a huge expense. As one Viper tries to get some energy back and try and get an Abduct off, maybe. It abducts the Observer, but there's many more of those available, and Shin's just going to say GG. He realizes his army is not made to fight against what Classic is working with at this point. So GG is called, and we are going to get ourselves to a Game 3 of this best of 3 opening match for Shin and Classic today in this group, and it is going to be 1-1 going to that third and final map. That's a good matchup between these two, is what I expected. I was surprised when I actually looked at the Oligulac and saw their recent history was so one-sided towards Shin. I mean, like I said, Classic run most recently, but I was surprised to see any one-sidedness between these two, because they kind of just strike me, like I said, as players that should match up fairly well between each other. Alright, well, a couple of moments here, going to go to Whispers of Gold. Ready and go gets called, so it looks as though we're going to be good to go into Whispers of Gold here in just a few seconds. So it looks like we'll take a second for some people to join this lobby, so one moment guys and we'll actually get into this Game 3. That needs some Serral Magic. I think that needed Shin to not be kind of dead off of the early game. Like, realistically, like, Shin just did not enough early with his... Like, he actually did a lot with his counterattack, but then he continued to take damage to the Adepts, and the Adepts were able to stick around for so long. Like, Shin was in trouble from the early stages, and it was nice that he was able to kind of prolong. I was actually a little concerned for Classic at one point. I was like, I don't love that he's missing splash damage right now, but... Anyways, in we go, and get set to go into this next series. So we are going to go into, not next series, next game. Third map of this series is going to be Classic Shin. Game 3 coming up in just a few moments. We'll get this ready to go. Alright, Classic and Shin coming up right now. Now we head into Whispers of Gold, guys. In-game, because I want to clean my glasses for a second. In the bottom right-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the red Protoss player. This is Classic, taking on the blue Zerg. In the top left side of the map, we have got Shin. It is game 3. It is a deciding map. And it is time to see whether Shin on Classic will get to fight against Clem in the winners match. I'd say it's worth getting to that winners match, right? Just a chance to play against Clem, and I do think Clem is more beatable right now than he has been in the past. It's not going to be easy. These guys are not going to be favored against Clem. That doesn't mean you can't have a good go at it, though, right? So Probe stepping about, and the hatch coming through the gate, and the assimilator coming up as well. Probe versus drones. It's going to go the way of the drones because 2 beats 1. Hatchgasm pool coming down. Probe and the drone's going to go nibbling against each other once again. What else going on in this hatchery? Obviously, playing this into the natural of Classic going to slow him down. Pretty responsible follow-up though from Classic, right? Just 2 Zealots going to get some DPS onto this, and then you can go into the couple of depths after, which allow you to go Zealot adept across the map and apply pressure. We're going to take a 3rd base on this, but Shin is going to stay cool. We're taking a 3rd base out of position. I'm going to start making a bunch of lings and get ready to fight that, so Broodlings finish up, the Adept and the Zealots pull away. Like I say, the Zerglings are coming on the map. Now, they don't have Ling speed for a while, so I guess we'll see how exactly this goes about here. The Zerglings coming through, and you have to try and respond to this now, so pulling back a little bit. Just going to be having the Adept trying to fight. We're going to lose this pylon, perhaps. But 2 Adepts together will get rid of a lot of these Lings. Like I say, Ling speed's still, what, like 30 seconds away? Step back forward. Going to replace the pylon. Pylon important because it can create a choke point as well. As we have 2 more Adepts in production. So the fact we have double gateway active and working right now gives you so many more units. These Adepts need to be careful. They're chasing those Lings down, and that might be Classic's mistake if he isn't careful. Adept will get the Zerglings coming back across, and Adepts is going to tuck themselves into the corner. This is where you need everything possible to be available. Resonating Glaives on the way up. That's not going to help you for a long time here. That might be the bigger problem, actually, in the grand scheme of things for Classic, is that he just doesn't have like a tech structure that's going to aid him, right? As the battery on the natural is nice, but there's no nexus on the natural. So taking this position, or taking this base out of position, this proxy hatch has forced Classic into this spot, and now this game is getting a little bit out of hand for him. Battery does not have energy forever. In fact, the Zealot will be going down in a moment. We have to replace it with another Adept in the wall-off. I mean, again, the question just being, can you protect this Nexus? Can you actually keep this alive? The Adept step forward again, shading backwards. They should be able to shade out of trouble. They take a lot of damage in the process, though. They buy themselves some more time, but you're buying yourself time for a Nexus that's still going to go down. We just have the Nexus on the natural. Going to continue through. It's coming up there. And we'll be, yeah, just about halfway through. Dark Shrine coming up as well. So Glaze will finish up the Dark Shrine building. Nexus online soon. So we'll get the Overlord. Nice little grab on that, the Roach Roan. Still coming up about halfway done for the moment. I like what Shin's doing, just gonna build a Roach Roan and just basically say, hey look, I think I can come and kill you. You know, this has been... Well, maybe he just wants to defend these Adepts first, but I feel like there's some killing potential as well, especially if you defend these Adepts aptly. Adepts will commit, they're just gonna recall back. Sees how many units there are, I would rather keep them alive. Helen on the natural, again Lair coming through, the drones coming up, the charge on the way from Classic as the couple of Adepts pull back and continue to hang around here for the foreseeable future. Well, Adepts will come stepping up. Again, the charge is on its way. Robot Facility, Probes, Roaches continue to be added on as well. We're also going to be seeing a couple of those Roaches already taking some shots. Return back the other way. Lings moving back around also. Roger's going to get there. The couple of Adepts going to get grabbed, and they're going to go down. So a few drones going down, but obviously Classic just trying to throw in some harassment. What is a concern for Shin is that he's cut drones, and he's looking to just fight with this army. 58 to 28 army supply. He doesn't really have time to go chasing Adepts down or anything. Like, this has to be go, go, go. Pretty much from here on out. We do have one Immortal producing. 2 High Templars already available as we try to Chrono Boost a Storm. Storm's interesting, though, because I'm not sure Storm's going to be good enough to get rid of the Roaches, right? Like, hit the Lings, sure, hit the Roach Ravager. That part is definitely going to be a little bit more difficult in the grand scheme of things. Things roll over. The Adepts is going to get surrounded. Queen as well. It's going to be seeing those Adepts going to get cleaned up. I mean, you could argue this is buying you some time, but the Roach Ravager already on the other side. A couple of force fields available. Cybercore dropping. Like I say, we'll have Storm available from here on out, but what can we do with this Storm really is the question. A second Immortal is going to be nice. I think right now you've got to get the Storms off on the Zerglings as they try and run in. Wow, he just stormed where he force fielded, so he blocked the units from being there, and then that's where he ended up storming. I like this a little bit more just from Shin as well. Trying to send just a few of the Zerglings in initially. The Storms have to be used already. Second Immortal pops up, but you needed a way as Classic to get rid of those Lings. The Storm was it. But the Storms were not good enough. That first Storm was such a waste. And then because the Lings were on top of the High Templar, the final Storm had to be used as well. As we are going to see GG's, and Shin is going to take it 2-1 in this best of 3. Alright. We're going to be heading on over to NA, I guess, because it's going to be the winners match up next as we get ready for Clem versus Shin. So we're going to get to see the TVZ best of 5. This Classic will drop down to the lower bracket series against Nice for PvP best of 5. That'll be coming up a bit further down the line. Smash that like button. Yes. If you're watching on the YouTube, do consider smashing that like button. We appreciate it if you do. Smash the like button. Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you do not already. Helps us out a whole bunch as well. Appreciate you guys. Best of 5 from here on out, yes. So those first 2 matches were best of 3. Now it's going to be best of 5 for the next few matches. Why is Clem playing Toss? He only plays Protoss in versus Terran. He doesn't like to play TVT. He hasn't played a TVT since Home Story Cup last year. He only plays PVT now. We got Gamba for Clem versus Shin? Sure. Boom, boom, boom. And get the party. Get these videos started up. Do, do, do. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-da-bum, bum, bum. Alright, a couple of videos are coming in already, guys. We'll see what the maps are going to be in a moment. It looks as though we're going to start off on Persephone, so Persephone to start us up, get that underway. This will be a fun series. Yeah, I'm actually really looking forward to this one. I think this one's going to be a lot of fun, to be honest. Looking forward to it. Shin won the last matchup they played. Did he really? When was that? So a little peek at the match history. Shin has taken series off Clem over the last 6 months. Was one of the few Zergs to be doing it for a while. In the Pigasaur Cup, just the other day. Yes, I remember seeing this on Wikipedia. It was at like 5 AM for Clem, so a bit of a brutal time, but still impressive. Clem was on a massive winning streak against Shin. So yeah, so basically what I'm thinking of is post-EWC, we basically had Shin and Clem played a bunch of times, so Shin beat Clem in the WardiTV Monday Edition 2, he lost in Edition 3, he beat Clem in the WardiTV Festival and WardiTV Monday 7, and then, so it was like, okay, Shin's a player that can actually take on Clem, and then the losing streak began, and since then, he lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 series in a row against Clem, with the last 4 of those being 0-2, 0-2, 0-2, 0-3. But then he won the 2-0 just a few days ago, so there is a little bit of more hope there, I suppose. As it will be Persephone, Killer's Mile, Ultra Love, the first 3 maps. Maps 4 and 5 still being picked. Thank you so much, Crowlength, coming in with the 6-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. If you guys are enjoying the stream, do consider supporting the channel, of course. Watch on the Twitch, get your Prime subs out. We was getting so close to 700 subs, and now we're dropping away again, so let's try and get back towards 700 if you've got a Prime available. Helps us out a bunch. Otherwise, of course, you can support as per usual with the regular subs and the gifted subs and all the rest of the donation options as well. It allows us to keep on running our own StarCraft 2 tournaments and casting full-time. This tournament is not by us, this is Rex's tournament. But we do have the WardiTV Spring Championship Group Stage 1 playing out across the entirety of this weekend, so it's going to be a lot of fun. Yo, donation. The £8 donation. Give me a second to open my stream elements so I can read that out properly, because that was a wall of text that came with it. Or it's copy pasta. Why can't I read the whole thing? TK Me Bro 96 with the £8 donation says, I started playing StarCraft 2 after watching your stream. I still play from time to time casual, like 3.2k MMR, and then my thing cuts off. What's it doing? Oh, there we go. I do not participate that much financially, but hopefully in the future I'll have bigger potential now. Hey, thank you so much. I'll have bigger potential. The now was the time. Thank you so much for the £8 donation. I appreciate it. Glad you are playing StarCraft 2 every now and again. It's always good to hear people getting involved and playing and enjoying their games. As Ready and GLHF gets called, we'll be kicking off into this game between Clem and Shin in just a few moments' time. Gonna get this up and ready to roll. What's up, Only Ale for Corel? Thank you so much for the 200 bits as well. Thank you very much indeed. Countdown is on, as you can hear. We're going to Persephone for game 1 of this TVZ Best of 5. And, yeah, I guess it's nice because it means we get the TVZ, then a PvP, and then we're guaranteed a non-mirror matchup for the end of the day as well. And it is Best of 5s from here on out, guys, as well. So the first 2 matches have been Best of 3, but now it'll be Best of 5 moving forward. So let's get this going in a second, and off and away we will be going. Like I said. In the top left-hand side, we'll be starting off this best of 5 with the blue Zerg player. This is Shin. Up against the red Terran. In the bottom left-hand side, from Team Liquid, we've got Clem. Alrighty, so we get off into game number 1 of this best of 5. And we wonder if Shin can pull off another upset win against Clem 2 in a row. Magic hasn't pulled. Setting up for the first couple of moments then, so just took a second to set up. And nothing crazy right now. Multiple barracks on the side of Clem. Nothing really coming in on the side of Shin. That would be overly aggressive in these first few moments, so the early stages do seem to be very standard and typical for these early stages. Factory is on its way in, coming up to being about halfway done right now, so getting that factory up. The reactor coming in as well, and the Queen's building too as we take early stages of this. The Reaper's going to be across the map in a moment, and we'll be ready to start trying to deal some damage with those Zerglings, so try and get that set up initially. Gonna fire, the couple lings take some damage. Helion's on the way out as Shin what will he try and employ stylistically to try and fight against Clem? I always feel as though one of Clem's real weaknesses in TVZ, like, he's obviously extremely good at multitasking, he's extremely good in so many different facets of the game. I personally think that Clem, a lot of the time, his struggle sometimes can be just like, sometimes he's just gets that caught a little bit too much up in his own multitasking, and sometimes it does let some damage leak through somewhere on the map, and that can sometimes be something the Zerg capitalizes on. The problem is if you play the sort of style that lets that happen, such as like Ling Bane off the get-go, Clem is so good at harassing and hitting you with timings early. It can be very difficult to ever be in a position in the mid-game where that sort of stuff can be effective, right? I don't think Clem's super susceptible necessarily to roach play either in terms of like big roach attacks. Especially when he's playing the Banshees, it's going to give him a lot of defensive setup abilities too, so I can't imagine that's going to be something that really goes too far. It does survive, and it does get to spread over to the side. I was wondering if it was going to go down to Splash as the Queens were taking damage. It does actually go down now, unfortunately, so he'll be killed off there and cleaned up. Still stepping to the front, and we lose the Reaper. Clem was showing us the other day the healing shrine. He's just used it right there. He sent one Hellion back, got healed up, and he's going to bring it back to the rest of the crew. Right now, though, dealing with some Zerglings on the counter-attack and has to go running around a little bit. 3 SCVs go down, so Shin able to do some damage. That's the other thing that's been very deadly to Clem, especially when he plays against Serral. Serral is so good at finding counter-attacks to kind of really significantly hamper Clem's chances into a mid-game. And again, just kind of stop him before he starts controlling the map and taking controls. Right now, the Hellions dive by into the natural and main. We lose quite a few of them going through, but we are going to get some into this main base where we are going to line up some workers, and this is going to go for what? 11 workers. Some of this was done off of the Banshee, though. So some of this damage came from the Banshee anyways. I'm not sure if I love that Hellion dive-by. You just gave up pretty much all of your map control to do this. And just, like I say, I'm not sure if that's something that we really needed. "13 drones dead." Obviously, is still a big amount of damage. I always like, it's so weird because I'm always like, well, it's damage, but I'm so skeptical when it's like, I'm so skeptical when it comes down to, you know, we lost a bunch of drones, then our work count's a little bit lower, and I'm like, is it okay because we lost the map control as the Terran player? I mean, in this case, he still has Banshees, he still has map control, and I think Clem will be able to take his third base without too many issues fairly shortly. I had to make a guess. And just come over that right-hand side, the one more upgrades in the combat shield coming through as well, so we continue to get that settled in. Let's take a couple more moments. Well, at the end of the day, Shin's economy is still looking good. 72 drones to the 53. I do think that's, I guess, what I think about as well when I see those Hellions go down. Those Hellions go down, and then suddenly the Zerg can be like, well, you know what? I've got nothing to really be afraid of anymore. So I can be a little bit more aggressive back out onto the map. I don't have to worry quite so much, you know? And she's moving out to the sides, going to try and again take some of the map control for the moment as best as possible. Nivex will move over, Banshee stepping about. Show up against Roach Ravager. You obviously need quite a lot of those Marines to really be able to have a chance of overwhelming. He's going to get back onto the hatch just for a few moments. The hatch is still taking some damage. And counterattack from Shin finds a few SCVs, and he's holding off against this Marine force quite nicely, so the Roach Ravager doing its thing and able to survive through for the moment as we have the 1-1 missile upgrade still coming up. The 2-2 upgrades coming in from Clem. Extra Marines coming through. We had a Widow Mine and a Command Center on. We actually get rid of a bunch of these Queens. They are all dropping. Many Queens going down. Wow, that's a bit of a disaster for Shin. Suddenly you're losing your Creep Spreaders, your Injectors. How many Queens do we have left after that? 3. It's not even 1 per hatchery. that's the kind of thing that can come back to kind of bite you, right? Where suddenly it's like, oh, I'm actually, he's not playing Ling Bane, so he's not as lava starved, but he is moving into melee upgrades and Bane speed now. So lava is a factor, and you lose too many of your coins, and you lose inject potential. It becomes dangerous, and especially in a moment like this, where now Clem is pushing up this left-hand side and looking to keep on attacking. Tanks will begin to siege up. We will see the Roaches and Ravagers getting hit hard. Corrosive Vials going to get rid of the forward siege tank. No, he missed the first 2 Vials. Oh my goodness, he doesn't get enough Vials to finish that tank off at all. Which means you basically stepped into that Roach Marine army for nothing. I mean, killing the tank is not exactly the saving grace of this fight necessarily, but it just makes life way more difficult, right? Because now it's 1 more tank to get through. This time he lands not even in the center. Wow, the Corrosive Vials are way off mark. He could have double killed that tank and then easily had enough Vials to get the next tanks as well, if he'd been able to step far enough forward. That might be another question, but well, this has been a disaster through. The Marines continue to chase. Ravagers going down. Marines get back into those medevacs. I think it is fair to say that this is Shin just still maybe just about going to hang on in there, right? He's going to clean this up. A couple of Banshees going to show up for some extra damage. Wouldn't mind starting to arrive. Which is funny because you're like, well, he's still got Roaches. Why would you start building mines? But he's prepping for the Ling kind of Bane transition, which is meant to be coming. But in a sign of desperation, Shin is still just making Roaches because the trade's gone so badly, in which case the Widow Mine production doesn't matter. And so Clem takes the GG to open up this best of 5 with a 1-0 lead. A comfortable 1-0 lead at that as well, putting himself in a good position here. As, yeah, Shin just could have done a lot better with some of those Corrosive Vials. I think that's just the simplest thing to say right now. Those Vials could have been way better off. Way better off. And they just were not, unfortunately, so a little bit unlucky there, as we are going to get ourselves ready for Game 2. Alright, so Killer's Mile coming up for map 2 as we get hosted into our second game of this best of 5. I'm taking the 1-0 lead here in the Rex April Madness Group B. Winner's match. Winner of this advances through to the playoffs, joining Solar and Hero, who have advanced already into those quarterfinals that will be played in a couple of weeks' time towards the end of April. Let's go into Killer's Mile. Second map then. And Clem with that lead. Wasn't the easiest. It wasn't the easiest game, but still pretty comfortable, I would say. As in the top right, our red Zerg player is Shin. Bottom left, our blue Terran is Team Liquid's Clem. Oh. I don't think that Shin was doing okay. Let's see again. The problem that Clem provides is that he is so consistently good at poking with those Hellions. He gets into the base more often than he doesn't, you know? And so you get into that base, and then you end up in this kind of weird position where Clem's just going to kill a bunch of drones, and you're like, oh. And it's just like, no other Terran is really as good at kind of breaking into that base and that location, I feel like. It's definitely weird. Like, it feels like we cast different kinds of TVZs when we have Clem versus Shin. Or Clem versus any Zerg, compared to the other Zergs versus Terrans. Going up, Overlord spreading, couple queens on the way. Our factory and our command center building right now as the reactor adds on in as well. Just bringing this online. I see the Reaper moving about. Links between the Queen still very much so on the way through as well. It's just getting that all established here for a few moments. So we get that underway. The Adept, sorry, the Reaper just going to get a little grenade down, popping a few things around. He goes down, trying to bounce around a few Queens. Not sure what the goal really was there. Instead of dropping, our third CC begins as we have the starport, Hellions, the refinery, and so continuing up. The link speed is going to come through on the side of Shin as well, so we continue to get that underway for the moment. When Hellions gather up, we do have 18 Zerglings still continue to produce on through. Hellions poke forward, the hatchery going to be right there. See the couple of Hellions and the SCVs and the Liberator coming up for the moment. Go around that left side, Marine going to hit, the Overlord going to take some damage to the factory. Going across as well. So Overlord drops. We do have a couple more barracks coming up behind all of this, but the Lings come in just as the Hellions leave. So, again, that great run by timing. This has been, I wouldn't even say necessarily a weakness of Clem per se, as much as it's a great move to make, right? Just as the Hellions leave, you have the Lings stuck around that left-hand side, and you... It's kind of funny because it's almost like a punishment for not having been more active with units before now. Because if you're more active with units before now, it's very difficult for the Zerg to get these Lings across the map without the Terran knowing about it. Because the Terran's been hanging back, the Lings can take position, and as soon as you move out, kaboom, you hit, and it's 6 SCVs going down, and the Hellions get kept at home for a while. The Liberator deflected so far without being able to do anything at all as well. Nicely done. We'll shoot at the Overlord. The drone's going down. It's going to have the hatchery on that right side. Going to get jumped on as well. So hatchery going to be getting burnt up. The Hellions pull back over. The 1-1 upgrade's coming through. The stim pack is going to be completing. And that's coming about, the lair about to finish. 10 more Zerglings coming through the Lings. Looking to try and get a grab of these Hellions perhaps. The Queens are going to be there. The Lings will chase. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You know, it's already bad enough when the Hellions in. Never mind when your evolution chambers get denied twice over. There's only going to be 5 workers plus the lost mining time. So it could have been a lot worse. Just so scary again. Clem consistently finding his way to force those Hellions in. The Liberator at least has been very well defended against. It only has a singular kill. And Shin from here would like to not take any further damage. Just make sure that the fact that he cleaned those Hellions up can maybe actually have some positive impact for him. Again, you don't take any more damage from here. And this game becomes a lot more comfortable for you as the spore relocates over. It's just going to go underneath our Liberator for a few moments. Well, Clem's already here with the next army, and that's the issue. It's like you've just been dealing with that run-by and everything, and you've been losing mining time, and that means you've been losing some very good potential to be building up something to help you right now. Bane speed is an eternity away. I mean, these Lings are going to go the long way around to try and jump on the siege tank. tank. Did not get any target fire on the banelings yet. Will get one baneling now. It actually split apart from the rest, so there was no splash. As the Queen started to run out of transfusions, Clem steps back again. Target firing banelings very nicely. Last baneling is just too close for him to justify attacking. The Marines continue to gather up in the medevacs, and we have ourselves definitely a decent cleanup from Shin, because he got rid of the tank and he obviously lost quite a few of his Banes in the end, but you need those Banes to go down because you need to at least threaten the Marines and give them something to target fire, otherwise they just sit there and step back freely against the Zerglings. The moment Shin looks as though he might just about be able to hang on in and hold on. Marines will get a couple creep teamers, Lingbait and Hydra gathering up as well. Thanks firing, the Ling Hydra gonna come across. We'll get that siege tank grabbed as well. Marines and the medevacs gather up. A 2-2 combat shield continuing about. Oh, Marines is going to pull back. A couple of Bane's going to get jumped on. And Clem just already splitting units away to the left-hand side. Now there is a counter-attack of Shin setting up. We'll see how well Clem deals with that when it hits. But right now he's still dealing with the army on the right, the drop on the left. And creep going down as well, so he's going to be really kind of hemmed in on these bases. You know, without the creep in front of them, it's going to be very difficult to keep on protecting these locations. Bane is hitting on the other side right now, so in we go. These Banes actually hit very nicely. 14 SCVs go down. Oh, this is actually not done yet. The Lings will get rid of the tank and then the SCVs. I was going to say may take some more damage. Wood Mines might go down, but Marines show up. But 18 SCVs go down. And we have defended over here, so does Shin successfully do enough to get him through to another stage of this game? Up 20 workers right now, lacking an army supply. That's what he needs to catch back up on. He needs to try and get that sorted. Fire coming across, Widow Mine's getting sold. Marines is going to continue to hit the hatchery. The Lings and the Banes continuing through. Banes on the right side can maybe come in for a little bit of the surround here. Not quite going to be able to just yet as Shin, I just don't think he has the numbers right now. Clem's just standing there and firing. His Marines are getting so much done. Bane's going to try and move forward again. Widow Mines go off. Oh, on the same Baneling though, so I mean that could have been a lot better. Bane continues to move around. We just have us medevac still chilling overhead for the moment. Spore Crawler gets rid of the medevac too. Just gonna knock that down. Ling Hydra Hive continues to build. And Marines still pass over on that right side here, so I mean, there's no Banelings left. There's no Banelings left. And the Hydras are going to get hit by Widow Mines too. So their HP is going to get absolutely blasted. The Banes will roll up. Spores hitting the medevacs as well. GG, says Shin. And Clem is going to take it down. And he's going to go up 2-0 in this best of 5. I mean, this is difficult for Shin. I mean, he's clearly just getting out kind of matched in the early stages, and his ability to hang on in there and try and make a couple moves would be nice, just not good enough at the end of the day, and that's the problem. It's so difficult to get enough done against this Clem guy. He's so good at this sort of stage of the game. What's up, Tim1? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Thank you for supporting the stream. Appreciate it, and thank you so much. As we will jump into our game number 3 and see if Shin can do anything to halt Clem's progress right now as we go to Ultra Love. Alright, so Ultra Love coming in. Let's get this one set up as Shin has to win 3 in a row against Clem. That always feels impossible, winning 3 in a row against Clem. From here on out, it seems very difficult, but let's get this going. As in the top right-hand side, we will have the Zerg, who is in trouble right now, in the red. This is going to be Shin. Bottom left, our blue Terran player is going to be Team Liquid's Clem. It's going to be having our overload coming across. We take a few moments. Obviously, no, I don't really have much to add to games 1 and 2. I think there was opportunities for Shin, but like you have to just play at such a high level. Like when those opportunities come around, you can't just take them. You've got to capitalize in every single possible way. And we still got through for a couple of the alien run by come in. Didn't even kill as many drones as we thought. Just that doesn't necessarily save you a lot of the time, right? Trying for the lag out. Apparently not even the American server is safe lately. Anyways, the Hatchet pool coming up, we get that going. I see the Orbiter and the Reaper coming up as well. Right, but we'll head towards the upper right. The few Queens and the Lings gathering up for the moment. Maybe we'll start a fight. Obviously, try and trade with some of those Zerglings. The thing is, as well, it's like sometimes you think like, well, you know, we're playing against we're playing against Clem. Maybe I just need to get more cheesy and be aggressive straight away. But I actually really do think that Clem is the kind of player who is just so difficult to cheese. Like, he sees it coming, he knows what's going on. And patrols back and forth. A few extra drones coming over, link speed coming up as well. Need to bring that through just for the moment, as we do have Reaper going to get back to patrolling. Again, a couple of Hellenes and the Marine coming through, the starport coming up as well. Right, the two Helling's gonna poke. There's Clem switching it up himself with the armory coming down, so looking to mix in this Hellbat attack. Something he's been doing a little bit here and there lately. A few times over has been getting through to make some stuff happen as the Reaper and the Hellions coming across. Armory's about to finish up. A little traditional, just Hellbats with a Liberator follow-up. It's funny, just, I mean, this kind of variation of Hellbat we kind of stopped thinking worked a long ass time ago is... I love that move, though. Surrounds the first Queen, so that just is a guaranteed shutdown. The Medevac flies away as well and just baits two Queens completely out of the way, so you're not getting any healing done, but you're also kind of completely out of position with a couple of these Queens. And it gives the Hellbats less chance of taking damage as well. Now they are actually going to cut the corner off from that Queen. Good transfusion. Saves it for a second, but it will go down in the end. Does the Medevac get a chance to come back in here? Will now do some healing. Gets targeted down. This next Queen falls. Do we get any more Queen kills here? We have two new Hellbats showing up. They're just going to trade with some Zerglings. And Clem tries to make the most of it. Resources lost is going to be actually favoring Clem following this. 8 Hellbats, a Medevac, a Reaper, and the Marines. 3 Queens went down. We lost 5 drones and 20 plus Zerglings in the process, and now the Liberator is going to try and strike, obviously looking to capitalize on the lack of Queens, but a Queen in position, multiple Queens in position. That Liberator actually going to end up committing here. We'll get one more Queen only. I think that was a rare mistake from Clem with the Liberator. Usually Clem is so good at identifying what to do with the Liberator, unsieging it, and moving back around. And let's come back over again. The road drone is about to finish. The lag coming up, the drone's coming in. We got a couple of barracks coming about as well. Lanes come back over. The SCVs will transfer over to the third base. Lings want to try and wrap around the couple of Hellions here. They're going to move into Hellbats, so they will actually start to make something of a trade, and I think that's going to be good enough to hold off on these Lings from successfully breaking through the third at all. Shin's follow-up is to go into +1/+1 missile upgrades. Going to be going directly into that Roach speed as well, so just going to head straight into probably... I mean, I think we're just going to build Roaches from here on out, 6 drones, and just go, go, go. And just hope that Clem didn't do enough early that he'll now struggle to deal with a 1-1 Roach timing. Marines, Medevacs gathering back into the center. Two more Ravagers morphing in. 1 more missile upgrade still coming through. +1 vehicle weapons as well. The Medevac's just going to be right there. The Marines pulling over. Roach Ravager will head down to that bottom left-hand side. The SCVs pull off of the third base. Orbital Command lifts off. The factory pulls away. You see the SCVs going down. Tank fire is good onto a couple of those Roaches. Once again, Marines, Medevacs continuing through, and the Roach is going to continue to step forward as another Marine falls. Tank shooting once again. Those Rivals will be good to get rid of a siege tank now. The rest of this Roach Ravager still stepping across. And upgrades of Shin very much so continuing. So Clem has to give up the third base and play very defensively, which gives Shin a time to maybe kind of feel some success with this. He's going to get dove on the right side. He's trying to surround. But the surround kind of turns into Clem taking advantage of him a little bit. Corrosive Vials have been very bad in this series. I think it's very fair to say that tank's going to live. Oh no. Just disaster once again. Marines coming back up. The Overlord going to take some damage. You're not going to see the Zerglings going to run through once more. The Marines are just going to stim up. They're going to lift back into the medevacs, and they are going to escape into the main, where we will unload once more. Spore firing some shots off the Roaches and the Queens. We'll try and fight through. Plenty of these Roaches keep on going down. The medevacs will take some extra trades. They lift back up as well. Clem finally lifting up and backing off and giving Shin a moment to breathe. But the thing is for Shin is you're still on 65 drones and just spamming Roaches. So Clem's army is getting stronger and stronger, and meanwhile your army is very much the same as what it was before. Roach Ravager steps up, the SCVs pull back. It's going to continue to push through. I'm just going to be seeing the tanks on the high ground trying to hold on, and they hold on for a long time, but do we have enough after this? Clem might need a few more units to get the final cleanup. He does not have what he needs, and so Shin will actually get there with this push through. GG's. Alright guys, going to be jumping into game 4 here in just a couple of seconds, so we'll get that ready to go. Alright, give us a second, guys. Not sure what happened here, but we'll get going again in a sec as we get into Whispers of Gold for map number 4. So we're going to kick this off, map 4 coming through, and see another game happening. So, let's get into this. At our bottom right hand side, we're going to start things off with our red Zerg player who does take a map to keep this series alive and kicking. This is going to be Shin. In the top left, our blue Terran is going to be Team Liquid's Clem. Alright, so Clem with that 2-1 lead at the moment. Reap in the orbital. Coming up. Overlord coming around. And the SCV will scout from Clem just to make sure nothing too audacious is happening from the side of Shin. Make sure he's not trying to be too cheeky early on in the game or anything like that. Wants the creep teamer. That's it. Nice. So frustrating to lose your first creep teamer. Slows you down so much. Especially in the moment of the game where you don't exactly have like a lot of queens or anything, right? So nice little grab from Clem there. I'll be happy with the job that Reaper's gotten done so far. Queen's link speed coming about. Well, drones coming through. Just have Clem. Then you head down to the bottom side here for a few moments already. Couple of Hellions go nibbling, couple of Marines going to come over, Overlord will take some damage. Just going to get this Overlord kill, which is really nice. 6 Shin for a very slight supply block. Otherwise, we have ourselves the Blair continue to build through. Drones, the Spores coming online also, bring that online right now. All those drones about to finish up the lab. Going to finish up very shortly also. Punching in the center. The Hellions move around down on the bottom. I'm just going to get straight back to this hatchery. The hatchery going to end up being cancelled. And pull back away. Queen's going to get some transfusions. Main Nest Unexpected is coming through. Just going to be having our Hellions back onto this mineral line again as they play it back the other way. Hellions do get there for the kill, so pretty decent cleanup from Shin. 6 Hellions go down and a Reaper. And yeah, we lost a few drones in the process, but that just seems to be a given every game right now, so gonna go into the Hydra Ben and the Baneling Nest with the speed this time, so playing Bane Hydra the idea. See if Shin can use that well enough to hold on against some of this Clem pressure, as Clem will probably, with combat shields, be looking for some larger pushes than just this drop that's moving out right now, although this is a drop with the tank. So let's see what he can do as he sets up down to the south. tank needs to hit those Banelings realistically, and we do get rid of the Banes. More Banes coming from the top, though. So this is going to be a good shutdown from Shin. He's got so much money banked up, though. Now he's losing Banelings to the Banshees as well. Ouch. Shouldn't spend his money, he'd be in a much better spot. Right now, it doesn't look that great for him because, like I say, so much money was banked. As he spends it, the stuff gets closer. Oh, Clem's super late on his armory at least, so Shin will have an opportunity to catch up in terms of upgrades. Marines, Medivacs just going to make their way forward once again. A couple of creep teamers just going to get knocked down for the moment as Clem pushes heavily forward. We have one queen that's going to go down these Banes. What are we doing? No! Did they just get F2'd away? They could have killed that entire mineral line. Crazy. Wouldn't mind get set off by the Overseer, which is nice. The tank still in a nice forward position. Wow, the F2 just stopped him from killing the entire mineral line. First, the Marine's going to be getting out. Marines will come forward. GG going to get called. That is going to be Clem taking the 3-1 lead of this best of 5, which means that a 3-1 lead is good enough for a win. There is just something about Clem and TVZ and the power he has. It's just so tough to play games against him. I guess we're going to go back to the Korean server now as we ready ourselves up for this next series. Excuse me, Nice versus Classic. So we'll go Nice Classic, and then it'll be Shin versus the winner of that series as I decide a best of 5. So 2 best of 5 still coming up here. So we hop on over. So to Korea we go. Just going to take a moment, guys. I'll be right back. We'll come back with you guys for the PvP after this. Okay, guys. I'm just having a little wander about. Pikachu 2 content. I know. I know what you guys like. Do 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 do. Do do do. Great Ducko. Just gonna show off a bit. Yeah, she has a sock on. She lost a claw the other day. Well, she can't ever have anything normal happen there like 1 week in a row. Alright, party's coming up. Alright, it'll take a few moments, guys, but we should be heading into this PvP soon. I don't see any videos being done, but I can only assume we're going to be having them shortly. Hey, what's up, Phantom Fear 1515? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Thanks for supporting the channel. Thank you for priming the sub. Looks as though we're missing Classic here as AFK. Bum 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 bum. So, Classic picks A, which means he will veto first and pick first map. I'm glad Shin took a map off Clem, though. I mean, it makes this day be a little bit more interesting. As I do feel like this will likely end up with a Classic Shin rematch. That was also probably the best series of the day so far. That best 3 was great, so excited for another best 5 of that if we get there. And if not, it means that Nice shows up and pops off in the PvP a little bit, so I like that. Amygdala, I'm going to come up. As I have map number 1. So Sandworm, Ultralove, Whispers have gold, and Frostlight get veered. So Amygdala map 1, Killer's Mile for map 2. Persephone map 3. 2 more maps and then we'll be probably getting hosted in, guys, so probably about another minute or so until we get in game. Arrow map 4. Yeah, these with Starchild for map 5. Perfect, so yeah, I think map 1 will get hosted here in a second, guys. Again, thanks for a little bit of patience just between games. Obviously, sometimes videos take a moment, especially if one of the players is AFK. Alright, everyone's readying up. We get set to go, go, go. And we'll head into this PvP momentarily. Go, go, and ready. Already cold, so counting down, and there it is. Thanks for joining us again for today's Rex April Madness event. Like I say, we've got WardiTV Spring Championship over the weekend. Groups B, C, and D from Group Stage 1. Tomorrow's group is awesome. I love it. Rogue, Hero Marine, Creator, Zaun, and Geralt. That's such a fun group to me. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Group C the day after, Shin, Cure, Showtime, Young Yakov, and Trigger. Also a very fun group. Well, what do you know? All the groups are fun. Group D, Bernie, Percival, Stillers, Jumi, and Skillers will take place on Sunday. So if you guys want to catch some StarCraft 2, you can catch all of that over the next few days right here in WardiTV with the Spring Championship action. As we start off in the top right-hand corner of the map with the red Protoss player for this best of 5. He got knocked down here by Clem. No shame in that. Let's see if his PvP can dig him out of this hole. It is nice. Bottom left, that blue Protoss player is going to be classic. Alrighty then. Game number 1 of our best of 5. PvP time! We're already starting off with a little bit of action up to the top with gateway from both players, the probes chrono boosting through, and we get that set up and ready to begin. Geralt might get frisky in that group tomorrow. Be fun. Hear him playing more again because of EWC. Yeah, I'm not sure why he's playing a bit more, but seems to be starting to partake in a few more tournaments and so on. Maybe EWC related. Maybe he just has more time in his life for a couple of weeks or something. I'm not sure. Maybe someone who watches this stream or has heard his point of view about it. Well, we just have ourselves a Cybercore and the gateway continue to come about, so we continue to bring that over for a few moments here. As the Zeld continues through. Bring that about, probes moving over. Let me just take a few moments right now as we get settled for the early stages. Stalkers coming up on both sides. That's Stargate going to be a part of this as well. And Stargate with the single gateway going to be the way that we get things set up here in these early stages, with the Stalker coming through and everything else continuing to come about currently. Let's get all of this rolling. Stalker going to shoot. Probe gets chased away. And Stargate and the Nexus coming online. The Warp Gate still coming up. Add that Oracle on in there as well. And Stalker just continues to gather up by a few moments. Let's have ourselves a couple sentries coming about. The Void Ray and the Warp Gate still very much so coming online. Add that Nexus in as well. All the two gates will finish from Nice, and the Void Ray building from Classic. He gets the defense ready. Obviously, Nice just sticking on the one base, while Classic has got the expansion established here, so that's going to be the plan for the moment as the Nexus continues to come on through. And we'll just be having a couple of sentries and the Stalkers setting up as we speak. A couple sentries, Stalkers, all coming about for the moment, so we get that on the way. As, yeah, a couple more shots still coming by right now, so we'll make some shots, we'll make some hits for the moment. Get this up and rolling right about now. So the sentries continue to take a few shots, so again we come around here, having ourselves the couple hits coming through once more. Wonder is going to be good to help defend. The Stalker's trying to press forward. That Guardian Shield honestly doing pretty decently too, for the moment at least. And the Voids gather, Stalkers join. Stalkers and the Void Ray still gathering up right now. We're just going to have ourselves a Stalker in production. So bringing that up as well, you will see the couple of Void Rays continuing to get hit right away here. So again, some more damage being done already. We're just going to nibble at that pylon. He's already got an issue, I think, because he's down in workers, and the thing with being down in workers is that, you know, then okay, maybe you can push forward and go, but he's also got the same army supply right now, so even that part of this is not exactly looking all that pretty at this current point in time. Does not seem ideal, to say the least. Force fields coming through. Okay, a couple more shots just coming about. See the Void Ray activating for a few moments already, and again the Stalker stepping up. The Sentry going to get chased away. He's just going to say GG, and that is going to be that for the moment. So just going to have ourselves Classic taking the first game with the defense made. Very nicely done. And going to be most likely pretty happy about how that one goes. Alright, we are going to head into game 2 in just a moment, as we'll get our second map started up. It will be on Killer's Mile. And Classic taking the 1-0 lead of our best, of 5. Awesome. And thanks for joining us today, guys. Good to see you all. I've got the hiccups apparently. I don't have any drink left. Unfortunate. Never lucky. We are just counting down, getting set. So go, go, go. Alright, Killer's Mile coming up. Let's get this settled. Let's get this on the way. As we have ourselves game number 2 coming on the line. Can Classic bring this back? Sorry, can Nice bring this back? Can Classic continue to take this home? In top right is Nice, our red Protoss player here. And in the bottom left, our blue Protoss is going to be Classic. What are we thinking? I mean, obviously we'll see how many gates and how fast people expand. That'll give us an idea maybe of where we go to with this. So going through, we do start some nibblings. It is 2 gateways against a single gate again, so once more it's Nice with the double gates. And Classic with the single gate, dropping down the cyber core, also getting that up and running for these early stages. So just getting that straight into action. Probe chasing another probe around. And you have the cyber cores coming up just for a couple of moments, so you just get this settled in for a second here. Get this underway. Obviously, 2 Stalkers start. Stargate once again from Classic, so it's going to be that safer 1 gateway opening. And the Stalker building up. Just going to have ourselves the Zal coming down to the low ground. Going to swing at that pylon for a few moments as well. Just going to try and deal some damage on that to start off with. There's a couple of probes. We'll chase the other probe around. Again, try and get into play for these next few moments. Get rid of this pylon. Give yourself the access to the expansion. That will be our plan here in the next couple moments, for sure. As the Stalker coming about, a couple of Stalkers going to go pinging once again. We do have ourselves the Stalker Sentry come up, the Oracle coming through on the other side as well. Still got that Nexus, very much so being built at the moment. Yeah, a few Stalkers still just gathering here, so they will settle as you have the Void Ray and the Warp Gate continue to come online, so a little bit of establishment still. Keep this going. We just go back and forth for a couple of moments, so again, a little bit of action as we do have ourselves the Stalkers and the Gateway coming online. Stalker just continue coming about. We are going to see the stasis will get one again denied at least. But we're going to try one more time. The stasis is going right dead center into the mineral line. Oh no, it catches pretty much everything. Nice. When you come into one base, that's a serious lack of economy you're now facing, unfortunately. So that's going to be pretty unfortunate, to say the least, I think. That's a fair statement right there. Let's just have... a little bit of motion coming through. Just going to be seeing a couple of voids are coming around. Get settled in. We are just going to have ourselves the couple moments here as the Void Ray activates, and a couple of those Stalkers are going to get pushed back the other direction. So again, get that chased away for now. As you do see, the Void Ray is going to still activate and keep that centering the Stalkers back. Void Ray coming through, a couple more units going down already. And yeah, a couple of Stalkers coming up as well at the moment, so bringing that online. As do we have enough weight, to really power through these voids is the question. So far, the answer seems to be no. Not really. It's obviously a little bit unfortunate as we just have the Stalker still moving about. The Nexus is going to take some damage. A few more shots still settling in here. As we do go back once again, the Void Race is going to hit. The Center is going to take some damage potentially. Stalker's going back through. Stalkers and the Voids come back over. Just going to be attacking. And this is still looking very good for Classic. So defense is looking very, very good at the moment. Void Rays is going to stay here, and they're going to continue to hit, as we are going to be seeing the chance to get rid of a bunch of these Stalkers just going. And that is going to be GG's. Classic going to take a game number 2 of this best of 3. And there you go. That is going to be second game of this series. Rounded out in favor of Classic, who is kind of just steamrolling through the PvP right now. Fortunately, nice. Came back recently, but has not seemingly been too good just yet. As of late. Logo getting cold. Let's take a moment or two. Make sure everybody is in this lobby, and then we'll be off and away. So again, get this set up. Countdown begins. And we are going to head straight on into Persephone. So Persephone coming through, we get that started and get this underway. Get this all under action here. As we get into Nice versus Classic. Game 3, Classic up 2-0 and absolutely storming through so far. As at the bottom left-hand corner. And we're going to have the red Protoss player. Nice. Can he get a map win? His aggression so far trying to punish the Classic expansions has not worked out, so maybe it's time for him to turn a little bit more towards a different setup here, perhaps. This Classic up 2-0. He probably just says, well, let's just keep doing what we're doing, right? No need to change things up if they're working already, which is probably very true. So let's see what we get as we jump into this game 3. If I'm nice, I maybe try and play macro versus macro at this point. I just don't think there's another way around this for the moment that really makes sense, so... But we shall see. Going about. couple of moments right here. Just going to be seeing a second or two coming through. Probe chases the other probe. That's going to be having ourselves the cyber core's coming up on both sides, and it is once again going to be second gate for Nice, while Classic just plays the single gateway. So we're seeing a continuation of what we've already been seeing. Not ideal for some, as we take a couple of moments. Stalker gonna hit the onto this pylon. Next coming through. Stalker's coming about and gets stalled in for a couple of seconds. A couple of sentries coming through, the Oracle coming over, that warp gate coming in as well. The Adept will go shading through the natural toward the main base. Let me just get the battery down to block that a little bit. A bit of damage being done here initially. Sentries and the Stalker just going to be there as we need them, as we continue to come on through. Oracle coming around. Again, the Blink, the Nexus coming up on the side of Nice. Use the 2 extra gates and the Twilight Council coming through also, so we continue to bring that into play. We need to set up right now. There's a couple of sentries hitting the Oracles. A few more shots coming over. So yeah, Oracle going down, so a couple more shots coming through again. Still doing okay on this as we continue through for now. Just going to have a few Stalkers still stepping across and seeing what else we can get done for the moment. Just going to see our Stalker stepping straight over here as the couple of shots coming through. One Stalker going down. Hallucination going to take some damage as well. Just going to see those few Stalkers gathering together. Again, right under the probe. Shots still, as we do have 3 workers going down. I mean, obviously I like that this is a little bit more reasonable here this time around altogether. Looking a lot better through at the moment as we continue to settle in to play. Stalker's still coming about. Again, just going to see a few more shots coming through. So we continue to come around there. Just for now. The Stalkers continue to fire. A little bit more damage being dealt. Stalkers continue to come about. We will see some more shots coming over. I'm just going to be seeing the Stalkers continue to ping away. I mean, damage being done. Classic just getting into a very good lead once again. And Nice is trying to find his way to an Immortal. I'm not sure that's necessarily going to be what we needed to be right now, though. Nice to see those Stalkers continuing to trade out for the moment here. Stalker's going to go back the other way, +1 charge coming through. I see those Stalkers still stepping up. We do see some other Stalkers coming back around the other way. So again, trying to move across here. GG gets called. This Classic is going to take game number 3 on this series. So be able to grab that. A little bit of damage done. In terms of Classic just demolishing this elimination match. And there's not really much else to say there, as we have that series just going to get wrapped up. On to the decided matchup, guys. Unfortunately, Nice not putting up that much of a fight today. But, yeah, we can get into this next matchup as we get set to rumble. As we get ready to go. Into Classic versus Shin. So it's Classic versus Shin, a PvZ best of 5 to round us out on this Group B. Which of these players will move through to the playoffs? That is to be determined. So yeah, we'll have a couple moments, obviously, get Classic and Shin vetoed up and get that ready to go, guys. So we'll get that all sorted. Shin just joining the party right here, so shouldn't be too long to get that started off, I would say. I want to make sure you get some of the sunshine. Yeah, it's nice today, isn't it? It is a nice day. Lovely outside. Alright, Shin's joined the party. Nice is left, so a few moments and we can get ready to rumble. Bum 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 bada bum bum. I'm going to be seeing Starchild vetoed first from Shin. Obviously, we already saw one series between these two, which makes the second series always interesting in terms of, like, do you have, other builds coming up, or are you going to adapt to the builds that we've already seen? There's a lot of questions there. Early on, early on in this matchup, we saw Ultra Love Killers, Malin Whispers of Gold. We'll see if any of those get vetoed or so thing. couple of videos coming through. That's not going to be error home. I guess just sorting something out quickly, and we'll waiting for these videos, and then we'll hopefully get in game in a moment. Error home, Persephone, Ultra Love, all set. Then Amygdala and Whispers of Gold will be the last one. Classic just taking a moment. Obviously, just came out of a series, so take a moment. We'll get into a new best of 5. Take a couple moments. Let's get into Arrow Home. Alright, looks as though we're going to be good to sell. Arrow Home's not one we see a lot of, so that's kind of a nice little switch up that we're going to get here. Challenge page link doesn't work. Did I not, Oh, there's a pinned message, no? Oh, maybe I didn't pin the message. There you go. Message pinned from the bracket link today, sorry. That's my bad. Oh, I probably left the edit, I see what I've done. I've not edited the, oh no, that's correct. Never mind me. Oh, there you go. It's at the top of the chat channel if you want to see. There's no challenge link today. It's just a Wikipedia tracking tournament, so... We'll take a moment. Alright. Classic is back, so we can get this hosted up successfully. Get this underway. Get this all going. Arrow Home is a short distance rush mask. I honestly don't know enough about Arrow Home to tell you what sort of distance it is, actually. It started to come up in some map pools lately, but in a lot of tournaments that I don't actually take part of, I think the only one I've cast it in is the Rex tournament. Oh, was it in the... It was in the OSC Championship, but because it was never a ladder map, it never really got picked as much as the other old maps that were in. Okay, that's good. Loading screen is done, and with that we head into this best of 5 decided matchup in Group B of the Rex April Madness. In the top right hand side, the blue Zerg player is going to be Shin. And the bottom left hand side, our red Protoss is going to be Classic. Woody, why am I streaming SC2 for so long? Why did I make it such a big part of my life? What for? It's a cool game. I enjoy casting it. But I don't know. Never really had to think about it, you know? That's something I enjoyed that I was fairly successful in, I guess. Similarly coming up, hat-trick coming through as we get this all rolling. Game number 1 of this best of 5, so we get this set. Let's see where we will take things over the next couple of moments as the hatch and the gas continue to come through. So again, that's set up, the gateway and the probe coming up as well. Looking reasonable for the moment. We have ourselves the spawning pool, the hatchery coming up, drone is on the way in as well. Links coming over, Stargate coming by, and you have our Nexus coming up as well. Adept coming through, Pro building, Warp Gate on the way. Link speed and a couple of Queens coming up anyway as we get settled. Links pulled back, Queen gathering. And link speed just going to build also the Stargate coming through, so we get ourselves set up for the moment, bringing this all nicely online. As we do have a couple of shots continue to come about. Portrait building, okay, very much so, still coming on into play. So again, we get a little bit of this set up for the moment here, as we just have ourselves a yeah, link speed coming through. The Overlord is coming up as well, so we continue to get that on the go for the moment. Let's have ourselves again the drones, the Queen, continue to produce right now. Rodri pulls away over to the sides, just going to get that out over there. As you see, the little bit of setup going on. And Rodri still very much so setting up. The Overlord is going to go down, so we are going to be able to get that grab as well. Be a nice little something. And a couple queens coming through too, so we continue up with all of this right now. Still got that Void Ray pulling back over to the other side. Void Ray takes a lot of shots, very nearly going down even, so something to be cautious of in the future. Is you kind of want this Void Ray up if you've built it, as you now have the Zerglings moving around, the Resonant Enclaves coming up. Still got the Nexus and Extra Gates coming through as the Adept is going to shoot there. The other Adept's coming by early on. We've seen the Adepts then continue to come about still for the moment. Continue to get this going and see what else we can get done for ourselves over the next few moments. Just going to be seeing the Adepts continue to come on by. Just going to be seeing the Queens coming up as well. And reasonable here as the Adepts going to fire up some damage and put some work in for a few moments as well. Adept's going to continue fighting. Queen's going to take a few more shots. We'll have ourselves the Adepts continue to try and fight at the front as they actually are going to see them breaking through. The Adepts are going to get by. You see the Lings coming across, the Roaches coming over. Overlord Speed coming up as well. Immortal continues to come through. It's going to be seeing the Adept force continue to get hit. Again, Adept will fight the Queen and the Roach. Going to take some more damage. A couple of drones still going down here, so again, a few more shots, very much so continuing at the moment. Seeing the Stalkers, the Sentries continue to come about, so again, just a couple more moments still setting up. The batteries very much so still coming through too. The army gathering together here. We actually have a couple force fields as we have got Shin making his attempt to break through. The Lings get around the back, that's huge. The Lings getting the wrap around, the Ravagers breaking the force fields. This does not look great for Classic, but can those batteries maybe save him? It's a massive army supply deficit, unfortunately, right now, so that's not exactly looking too ideal, to say the least. Those pros and pals will get rid of another Adept or two, the battery as well. Taking damage at the moment. Ravagers continue to come through. The Immortal coming up. Again, a couple more seconds here as we settle this down. Queen's going to continue to fire, so again, a little bit more being done just for now. As the Queens Ravagers and all the rest continue to come about as well. So again, we continue to set this up. In the end, Shin's going to have way too much. That's going to be a GG. And that will be that for us at the moment. So again, nicely handled. And we are going to move on through. Second game coming up then. Shin gets the aggression going to give himself the favorite in this series so far. And he will be 1-0 up in this best of 5. So Shin gets the 1-0 advantage. Second game coming by in a moment. Gogo's being called, so the players are immediately ready to go. No issues from them. Heading into Persephone. Alright, alright. Let's get this on the go. As we have in the bottom left side, the Blue Zerg, whose aggression gets in the 1-0 lead in this best of 5. This is going to be Shin. Taking on the red Protoss on the top left side, we've got Classic. Well, Classic tried to get going with that Void Ray, and in the end just died to the attack. Was not really set up well enough, did not have... He couldn't let the Lings get a wraparound like that is the problem. He was forward to try and kind of play the force fields and so on. That didn't matter anyways, because we saw the Ravager Biles obviously doing a lot of work as well, right? So, the Ravager Biles did a lot of work. On top of everything else, they did some good jobs, and that was obviously very nice. That part was already very good for... Shin, but then the Lings just coming around this side were also going to be problematic. So yeah, you just have to step away from there. At the end of the day is what this comes down to, I think, is all we can really say. Nexus Cybercore, continuing through the probe and the assimilate coming about, the hatch gas and pool coming over. As you see our drone. Double drone is going to come about as well, so again, just get that set up for now. Get all of that underway here. Probe comes over, the couple of drones is going to gather up into the natural. The Overlord coming through, the couple of Lings step up. Again, Ling speeds. Drones continue to carry on. Again, the Lings and the Queens come about. Stargate and the Nexus coming over. Depth building, Warp Gate building. And Ling Speed and Queen continue to come over. The Hatch are going to go down to the third base, get that put in position. The Adept will come shading over too. We'll step by. The Queen is going to be there. The Queen's coming about as they hit the Adept and push it back the other way. The Adept's going to try and shade in, but it's not really worth it. The Lings show themselves and they're like, no, 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 you guys don't get to shade. We've got this covered. And so they do not indeed get the shade. So that's an easy defense. Shin just having the lings ready to go. And a link still gathering. The Oracle and the Warp Gate coming through also. Continue to bring that into play right now. Spawn the Queen, just going to be there. Oracle getting turned around, just going to push back the other side. Plus one melee is the current addition, so we get melee upgrade, the choice from Shin. It's going to be pretty fun, I think. Quadra will activate, Overlord will go down, again the Resonating Glaives coming through, the couple Oracles just going to sit in between. What's still setting up, and the Resonating Glaives coming through, the melee upgrade and so coming on. So the Resonating Glaives going through, Robo Facility and the Probes coming about, land the Baneling Nest, add some extra drones on as well. I like what Classic's doing, just pinging between mineral lines looking for stasis wards, but that Oracle was in range of the Queens, and this one is as well, still in range of the Queen's Man. That is not a dead airspace is what we're learning on Persephone. Which is a real shame because I feel like so many people have been losing out to that as the Adepts do shade in though, and there's nothing here to help against these Adepts right now. So never mind the Oracles, the Adepts are going to be catching Shin extremely underprepared. Queen going down, the Adept shade into the main mineral line will obviously look to get damage done as well. Hydra Ling Bane still coming through as that would be the eventual goal, but we really need some of these Banes to finish morphing and to actually connect on some of these Adepts. Only 4 drones dead so far. You could argue that's obviously very nice, but you are not mining during this as Shin. Your main base, not mining. Third base, now not mining as well. Natural pulled away a bit too. We'll get some of the Banelings connecting. The Lings look as though they begin to clean out. And the mainly Adepts should have been able to, get a whole bunch more drones if they start hitting them. And Classic did rectify those Adepts just sitting around not doing much. They were hitting the spore for a very long time. As now they get rid of a lot of drones. So it's 17 workers killed, and Classic is up by 15 coming out of this attack. Army supplies even for the moment. Now Shin has this gold paste, which he took kind of randomly. That's going to be one we come and jump on here with these few Adepts already. A few of the drones. Gonna have to keep on moving about. So, our Adepts once again just continue to harass. I mean, Classic right now just able to do very well. Coming straight through with this, and I mean, again, just more drones that go down at this point I think is good for Classic. Yeah, he's giving up more Adepts, but losing the Adepts I don't think is necessarily going to be too disastrous for you overall. And these Adepts just continue to absolutely hammer home as well. 40 more drones going down. There's really not much else to be said here. I think Classic's looking good for game 2. These two continue to give us some good games today. The earlier best of 3 between them was better. Ling's going down. You're seeing the Depths will recall as hatchery, half HP. To continue through. Things wrap around. Hydra's actually going to get a pretty decent start of this fight because the Immortals are kind of stuck in the front there as well. Classic, I was going to say, save that Immortal. It was low HP for such a long time. Shin is basically on an all-in attack here. All he has to do is... all Classic has to do is defend and win one fight. It looked a little bit scary, didn't it? It looked like a lot of the units in the front were in a lot of trouble. It looked as though that might go very wrong very quickly as the Stalkers and the Immortals come back around. The Hydras, the Lings, and the Banes rejoin up together. Just going to see the Stalkers blinking back across, jumping onto some more Hydras here. GG says Shin. And we get tied up in this best of 5 PvZ, 1-1 in the series between Classic and Shin. This Protoss versus Zerg. Setting up nicely. Alright, 1-1. And we are tied up together. Alright, guys, we're gonna go and head into game number 3. We're gonna go into Ultra Love. Let's get this started up. Get this underway. On the top right side. Blue Zerg player is going to be Shin. While in the bottom left, red Protoss player will be Classic. Like I say, it was a great earlier series between these two as well. I hope we get another one of the longer games. Tempests and Lurkers and back and forth. Well, the longer game earlier was not necessarily back and forth as much as it was just... We already had... yeah, obviously Classic kind of defended early and got into a good position. But it was still cool to see the later game units get to interact and so on. Probe nibbling up in the back, trying to be that typical annoyance that you see. Probe nibbling, drones nibbling. Go back and forth for a few moments. Stargate building, so we're going to see Classic going for the kind of expected setup here initially once again. We have an Link speed still coming through. Get that set up. Have ourselves the Adepts are moving around, the Oracle coming up, a couple of probes on the way in. We have ourselves Link speeds and drones building as well, so we continue with that for the moment, get all of that going. Just a couple of Adepts come back over, hatchery coming through. Things got to wrap around again, a few more drones going down again, so we continue with that action, continue to do okay right now. He's just going to shoot the Oracle, going to take some damage already. 4 drones going down, though, is definitely not a bad starting point, so definitely ain't so bad as we just continue across. Seeing the Ling's going to wrap around the Nexus, taking some hits. Just for the moment. Still seeing the Oracle activating up overhead. The Ling's getting chased away. Nexus is going to come down onto the 3rd base. And again, Oracle, assimilators, Nexus and probes building right here. So far, so good. Well, the Fortune Twilight Council, Nexus as well, continue to come through. The couple probes are going to finish up, and the Adepts are going to go shading, as he's got to get a couple of drones. So 2 drones going down, we continue to shade those Adepts, and with the Lings trying to defend, the Oracles will help. They're actually going to jump on a Queen here. That Queen falls, doesn't even have to go in reach of the Spore Crawler. The Lings back away from the low HP Adept, which I think is a mistake, because they could have finished that one off, and then you wouldn't have had multiple drones now going down in the main base. 7 workers fallen because the Adepts in the main. And 8, you get 4 more kills. Yeah, you should have finished that Adept when it was on the low ground. You already had the surround on it. Then, even if one Adept gets into the main, that's so much less damage. Definitely a good start from Classic, getting some good work done early on. We're just going to activate through. We get a single Zergling there, so that's a nice little catch. See the rest of those Lings moving about as well as +1 and Blink. Both continue into play for the moment. The Oracle's back around the right side. Away they go. And Oracle's going to activate. A drone goes down, so we do get ourselves a little bit of a pick-off coming back around the other way. We'll have ourselves the Oracle still gonna be chilling about. Just gonna drop down another stasis ward. Just gonna put that straight into position behind 2 mineral lines, just for the moment. And we do have ourselves the again Hydrogen as the next step from Shin. Now Blink and +1 come through from Classic, so we see where he wants to start taking this. Things are moving again. Temple Archives is on the way up. That +1 and Blink in still. Ah, Queen could have had an Oracle there, no? Still at the stage what I get it, but like that Oracle was low, it was nearby. Maybe it would have just been one shot and then not actually enough, but we do have the Oracle still heading back down to the bottom, so they're going to go moving across once more. As we have ourselves the 2 units continue to come around, so we continue to get settled in. Stalker's actually fighting against a few of these Hydras. Multiple Hydras start to drop, and we're going to blink forward, getting rid of a couple extra. It's a good few Hydras that end up falling. The Oracle's overhead can come through and activate as well. There's a lot of dead Hydras initially. However, it is going to be a lot of these Stalkers again that are just sort of stepping through and kind of giving themselves up. So it's like you get some good kills. This goes back to the first series these two played. Classic was very reckless in some of those games. And that recklessness really cost him 1 or 2 of them. If not 2, both the ones that he lost. Especially the first one he lost, he was just so reckless, and that's, I think, something that we've really got to be cautious about. That recklessness is not something you want to double down on. As the Stalkers come across there, we're going to get a Creep Tumor. Meanwhile, +2 attack and Storm and Charge all building into play. The Lings will nibble their way through the Adept in the front as the Oracles peel across, and the Stalker's going to get onto the Zerglings as well, chasing those back away over the left-hand side. We'll knock down the Rock Tower. Gonna knock that straight down. Again, the Storm, the +2 coming about, Charge coming up. Hydra, Roof Spines, Infestation Pit coming about as well still. So we continue to get all of that on the go for the moment. Again, +2 in Charge, still coming over. I'm just going to have ourselves the Storm coming down. The Roaches get turned away. Stalkers blink in. Lurkaden continue to produce, add on those Zerglings. The Hydra Roach on the left side. Going to continue to hit as we work our way through the pylon there. So, got an opportunity to move forward a little. Stalker's still pushing, the Lings taking damage. And we do have +2 attack and Charge continue to be added on. Nice Storm onto the Roach Hydra. The Oracle gets picked off as well. +2 attack and Charge continuing in. And the Lurkaden about halfway done. The Hive coming through. Have ourselves the Extractors building as the +2 missiles is also producing. We do have our Roach Hydra still stepping forwards on toward the rest of the Stalker force. So big attack from Shin. But Storm being ready goes a long way for you here. And that softens up a lot of those Roaches initially. He actually gets a High Templar as he turns around. He does eat another big Storm though, as there's a lot of Classic army over on the left side too. So the preparations are already there to deal with this continued attack. Storm coming down one more time. The Zerglings are still coming over. More Hydras getting picked away at. Zerglings getting shot at. Another Roach goes down. Getting good pickoffs here so far. Just have a few more Stalkers warping in. Add an Immortal onto that. Add a few Probes onto that as well. These armies gathering. Still got +3 coming through. Add an Immortal on also. And +3 missiles going through. Seismic Spines coming up. Got ourselves a couple of Spine Crawls. Continue to come around as we have the Observer coming up as well. A couple of cannons on the way in. The +3 attack upgrade still building. We do have our Lurkers burrowing once again as our Stalkers try and come in from two different sides. The Zealot's taking damage already. I mean, the wraparound here, the idea from Classic is good, but the Lurkers are still very scary for him. He drops some Storms now, but they've not really done much. He really needs to get rid of the bulk force so that the Lurkers are exposed, but the bulk force has been well protected so far. That's the real deal breaker, is there is still a Lurker right here, and that cannon finishes just in time to save that Nexus. Although maybe the Nexus dies anyway to the units moving up from the other direction. And Classic is having to play from multiple angles here. Now sitting between these bases. We are just going to commit to this fight. We are going to have detection, so we can jump on the Lurkers. Well, I mean, it's kind of a weird one, because it's like, okay, you get the jump on the Lurkers, but obviously you still are fighting down multiple rams into Lurkers, and Shin's army takes some heavy hits. I think the big thing for Classic is that once the Lurkers are gone, he actually does quite well following up on the end of this fight. And I think that actually goes a long way towards convincing me that this was okay, because at first I was like, okay, well, this team's terrible, but yeah, once the Lurkers are gone, everything else doesn't really stand up on its own. This part is not so pretty, though, leaving your Immortals and an Archon in the back, a High Templar or two as well. They're just on their own. The Stalkers are almost overly eager to get across and get something done. Classic has money to spend as well, as yeah, it's actually a real shame, because he's given up so many units in the back. If he actually had everything joined up together here, he might have had a push that could win it, because I actually still think what he's got right now is scary, although 3 new Lurkers will probably put an end to this. And the few Roaches are maybe a bit too powerful for just Zealot Stalker to get through. Yeah, I really think that was a mistake by Classic. Went a little bit too eagerly across. And like I say, just abandons other units. And great job by Shin, because once again, he was in position. He recognized what Classic was doing. he recognized the mistake and that he could take advantage by swinging around and getting a big catch on those units too. That was a great identification, and that went a long way to help him. Stalker pulls back down the bottom left side. Stargate in the Robo facility coming through also, so we get that going. Like a Roach Hydroling heading across that left side. And you have the second Stargate and a Fleet Beacon come up as Classic. Maybe gets enough time to actually build up some higher tech here to deal with these lurkers more convincingly. Couple Hydras falling. We are going to see, and this base was low from earlier, so the fact that Classic kind of misses this army coming across the map means that that base will go down quickly. What Classic can do is obviously he can make a play and get rid of a bunch of stuff and then recall home, whereas Shin has to run home, so you got to make that decision on how you approach this. The first Tempests do start up. Shin are going to get rid of the left side base. We already have a few units here that are going to try and hold their ground a little. Looks like Shin wants to keep on pushing. His army is truly better in a base trade situation. I actually like Classic's army, but I like Shin's setup because Shin just has more bases that are truly meaningful right now. Got rid of 2 out of 3 of those lurkers before they burrowed, which is huge because there's apparently no detection in this army, which is a major problem. Let's make sure we get some observers out and we keep those safe and alive. There's not a lot of anti-air here realistically either, so as that Overseer goes down, these Tempests will start to get rid of the Hydra, and then they can just start to chip through the lurkers. So Shin is going to lose out on this side as well eventually. And obviously you can always get away freely by just recalling the army of Classic from the main base back down to the bottom left as well. So I think that's also a pretty big factor. That's the Hydra Den, the Les coming up. I actually love that we're building 2 Les. Just basically saying, well, maybe if one goes down, I can protect the other and continue to improve my tech again here. Gonna storm from the high ground and get a few drones. I think the issue for Classic is getting this army out. It might just be worth the recall to fully reset his position. And because I think he does need to kind of get towards some of the bases of his opponents sooner rather than later. So if you recall out, reset your position, and then try and hit some of these bases, it just takes away the fact that right now you have to, in theory, fight down into this position. And Tempest coming up. Big part about the setup now is obviously we got rid of the Lairs, which means there's no Hive Up, which means there's no Vipers. So Tempests are actually very safe in this game. The only thing that really kills the Tempest is the Hydras, and usually the Hydras need support either with the ability to lunge forward and jump on the Tempests, or with the Vipers. And in this case now Shin realizes, well, what can I actually do to help myself out up against these Tempests? Aspire. So he's going to begin to look toward Corruptors, but his economy is not exactly great to support a whole new wave of Corruptors in this game. So we'll just keep firing. Just going to be seeing the Tempest firing up some shots. The Hydra's taking damage as well. Roaches will fire some more shots also as we going to try and charge on through. Another Roach going down. One more Lurker gets picked away at. Still got those High Templars figuring out what they would like to do at the moment here. The Hydra's trying to step forward. Storm's coming into place. Another Lurker gets picked away at. Look after Lurker going down. Hydras and Lurkers keep on trying to do their thing. Classic just has too good of an army, and then, like I say, these Tempests do not really get countered by anything currently out. Maybe now with a Corruptor build. The problem is, if you build in these Corruptors, your ground army isn't receiving the same improvements, and so the army of Classic on the ground is already looking great. And with all the Lurkers going down, there's no longer the scary factor that there used to be. Yeah, the Tempest getting rid of all these Lurkers before the Corruptors out basically means the Tempests aren't even needed at this point. GG's, and Classic will take game 3 and go up 2-1. That's the kind of game I wanted to see between these guys. A bit scrappy, a bit all over, and then a really fun ending as well. Yeah, very nice stuff, and we are going to see Classic leading by a map heading into this next one, which means that he is on match point, and he has the chance to move into the playoffs with a win in this next game as well. So, get ourselves into this on Amygdala here in just a few moments. Alright, again, Clem, Hero, and Solo, a Terran, a Protoss, and a Zerg already in the playoffs. Will it be Classic or Shin to join? I love Group C of this tournament, by the way, guys. Dark, Cure, Zaun, and Bunny. That's a really, really fun group. That's going to be next week on Tuesday. And then this time next week, we'll have Max back to Bjorn, Rogue, and Ryung. I also think that's a really fun group. We have some really great groups lately. It's very fun. If you guys are enjoying the streams, don't forget to like and subscribe over on the YouTube. And if you're enjoying here on Twitch as well, you can follow the channel. See when we're live again with more StarCraft 2 in the future. As we get ready to kick this off, and away we will go. Let's go, go, go into Amygdala as we head into the top right-hand side of the map. Our red Zerg player who is down a game and needs to win this to stay alive in the tournament. We have got Shin. Bottom left, blue Protoss player is Classic as you get into game 4. Get this underway. I think that with the 2 pathways only early on definitely does lend itself to some of those longer games as well, so we'll see what happens. Expecting a Stargate again here from Classic. Stargate into Glaives if he's going to mix it up at all. Don't really think Amygdala really lends itself to Glaives a lot compared to some of the other maps that we see a lot of the time. As the Nexus comes through, the probe and the so as well. But there is the Stargate. So no surprises on that at least. Overlord moving about. A little bit of a cruise here for the early stages. Okay, coming up. A couple probes in the depth continue to come in. Adept still moving. Again, the Void Ray, the Warp Gate coming up, the Adept and the probes come about. Telling speed will be finishing, and we just have the Adept going to shade through. The couple Queens are going to be right there. Things are going to come wrap around. Just going to see the couple of Adepts going to get hit, so we continue over for a few moments. Just going to see the Void Ray activating. The Overlord will go down. That's going to be Shin's supply blocked. Void Ray coming back through. The Zerglin's going to take some damage, so we hit a few more shots there. clearing it up a little bit as we go, as the overlords continue to build on in. So get those overlords out, get those going. Voidray just heads over to the far right hand side. It's going to take a little bit of a journey over as well. Voidray activating again, the overlord will fall. Next and Twilight Council both coming up. And just using this Voidray to try and get rid of some of that creep spread. Keep some of the control. Keep an eye on things in general. Gonna activate for an Overlord. No Queen nearby, so that's dead. Oracles are over on the left side. Getting a few drones as well. We try for one more. We're gonna lose the Oracle because it got a bit greedy. Could maybe turn downwards a lot sooner than what we actually did, so I think that's a little bit of a mistake, unfortunately. Plus one, the blink still coming through. We get the extra gateways coming along as well, so we keep that going. Queen Slaughter's going to be hitting the Voidray, taking some more damage. These will go off, but Shin's dealing with it well. Yeah, actually some of the drones on the gas get caught, so a little bit more successful than we thought. And it's coming over again. Let's go. Augment's coming up, so again that Hydra speed. The Temple Archives is about to finish up as well. To see the Zerglings backing it up. There's the Voidray and the Oracle there helping to push those away. And again, Adepts and the Stalker's just going to be there too. Push those Lings back the other direction. Still got the Storm coming online. Extra gates and cannons coming up from Classic as well. So bringing all of that through as the Zerglings work over to that left-hand side. Hydra's building up. Muscular Augment's coming in. And some Zerglings as well. So far, so good. I think it's going to hit the front, and we do have the remaining units of Classic coming back in over from the sides. The Storm going to finish very shortly, charging +1 coming up. Robo Facility of Classic builds as well, so we continue to bring that straight through. The Hydras is going to be shooting. Just going to see the Storm coming about. A couple more shots coming over. Well, Hydra's going to continue to fight. The Archon's coming back the other way. This is Classic again. I just get worried when I see Classic stepping so far forward, but I mean, this was a 62 drone commitment from Shin, and now Classic has held. The Archons do stay alive. Please pull that Archon back. There's one Archon just north of the Watchtower. It is on its way back now. It just wasn't moving for a little while. A little bit of battery healing coming through. The Voidray and the Archon coming about again. So the Archon is going to morph on through here. We get a few more gateways coming up. The Hydra's going to get there for a Zealot, as we do see the units of Shin spreading out. Trying to find a way to move around. The units are going to press up from the other side, and there's a couple of Hydras coming in. The Zealot's going to go down as well. You are going to be seeing the units just coming in and collapsing from a couple of different angles as the Storm comes into place. We just see Classic continuing to chase. up to the upper right-hand side. I mean, Shin's attack has just not done enough. And we have plenty of high tempos with energy left. Shin's realizing this, that this is just over, unfortunately. GG's. Classic takes it 3-1, and he's going to win this series, and hence move on through to the playoffs. Congratulations, Classic, who I actually think played some really cool and solid games today. It was some good stuff from Classic. He gets to go through. So our second Protoss into the playoffs alongside Hero. Clem still a Terran and a Zerg right now. We have Rogue and Dog to believe in for the Zerg race. Otherwise, in the other groups, again, Rex April Madness resumes next week, Tuesday and Thursday, guys, was Group C and D. I actually have something extra to cast for you guys today, something a little bit fun. Alright, yeah, I've got something a little different for you guys that we're going to cast to round out the day. Let me hop onto Europe. Yeah, so I actually got a message on Twitter yesterday, and thought this was a very interesting message. It was very fun. You guys might remember QXC, the Terran player of old, if you guys recall, a player who had definitely a legendary status in the world of StarCraft 2. Back in the day, had went to Korea, participated a whole bunch. Really was like a legend of early days StarCraft 2. Played pretty much up until, I want to say, about Legacy of the Void. It was a really cool player for me because he actually played in some of the very first, like, WardiTV, not even WardiTV, but like SC2 Improved Summer League events and stuff. That was really kind of sick to see players like that participating. So, like, played well before, yeah, I just found this event here. Played well before, I used to be like a big person. I used to stream to basically nobody. This is 2013, and we had QXC in the round of 8 of the SC2 Improved Summer League 2013, playing against Lucky, the Korean Zerg. It's a sick tournament, by the way. No Name was just this random Russian Terran who went on to be really freaking good out of nowhere. Was so sick. So, yeah, he messaged me and he was like, "Hey, I actually have I just want to ask if you'd cast one of my games," and I was like, "I'm absolutely down for that." So we're gonna do that right now. I figured may as well do it to like cast one extra series at the end of the stream. Seemed fun. Cast someone that we used to watch way back when. So we're gonna cast I think what is just a plain simple ladder game from QXC, and it's gonna be some TVP. So we're gonna go into that in a second. As V1Demille, thank you so much for the 55-month resub. Yes, the bandana. He wore the bandana. So yeah, we'll cast this. It's just a single game, guys. It's nothing spectacular. Not like some full series or anything. But he said, I think we'll find this game pretty entertaining. So we'll have a cast. Like I say, cast one more match here at the end of the day, and then call it. And again, we'll be back over the weekend with the WardiTV Spring Championship, guys. Let me show you guys what's coming up over the weekend, just while some of the ads are playing. Groups B, C, and D of the WardiTV Spring Championship coming up over the weekend, so you guys can catch players such as Rogue, Hero Marine Creator, Zaun, and Geralt in tomorrow's group. I really think that's going to be a really fun group right from the get-go. Shin, QS, Showtime, Young Yakov, and Trigger in Group C. In Group D, Bunny, Percival, Solar, Jumi, and Skillets. Again, top 3 players advance through to Group Stage 2, where they will be joined by Beyond, Max Pax, Clem, and Hero, and that will start up in less than a week as well, so looking good, looking exciting. 3 full days, and these are long days as well typically. We're going to start a bit later on Sunday too, just to let you guys know. Yeah, just some info on that. All right, let's cast this TVP matchup that we've got the replay of. So, like I say, just an extra little replay at the end from a player from way back when. As they've been playing a little bit just casually in their spare time again lately. So let's do it. In the bottom right-hand side, the Red Terran. I want to say legend. I think a lot of people would recognize the name QXC in this day and age still. As he's the Red Terran player in the bottom right-hand corner of the map. And he actually went on to create, I believe it's called Aeon's End, a board game. And, yeah, actually went on to do some very cool things after his StarCraft career. But yeah, it really is like a long time since he played. I mean, we're talking like 10 years or something, because I'm pretty sure he quit around Legacy of the Void coming out. So yeah. But yeah, the American Terran back again. He's going to be taking on the Blue Prowess in the top left side of the map early. I do believe this is a, I think this is straight up just a ladder game. I don't think this is anything special. It's not a custom or anything. But apparently a pretty cool game. He sent it over and said, this is a pretty interesting one. Would just like to get one of his games casted. Has a friend or two that like watching his games sometimes. Thought it'd be cool if he could get one casted. So, yeah, I thought, why the heck not? He sounds fun. And so on and so forth. WCS memories, yeah. QXD memories are, they go way back. Yeah, the all kill in, was it GSTL? That was almost before my time in StarCraft 2 as well. That's how far back it goes. Like, because I didn't actually follow StarCraft 2 as it came out or like in beta or anything. I kind of joined StarCraft 2 2011 because it was just when I went to university. So like the summer of 2011. So I was like a year late to StarCraft 2. So yeah. Yeah, with FXO, yeah, it was because it was FXO Complexity, right? It was like a joint team. FXO Complexity, if I'm not mistaken. I might be a little bit mistaken, to be honest. It's been a long time. You can fact check me if you do so wish on my on my StarCraft knowledge. Go Wikipedia it. But yeah, yeah, like I said, cool to hear from him, and like I said, because I always find it very cool when the thing is, right, is like people retire from StarCraft 2 and you think, well, yeah, you know, like pro players retire and they'll never play again, but the reality is a lot of these guys still enjoyed StarCraft, right? So sometimes they still like to come back and play. There's still something fun about the game. It's a good game. There's a reason they liked it in the first place, you know? So you see these guys coming back and playing some more StarCraft 2, and yeah, I always think that's just very interesting. That's why I thought the Boomer Bash was kind of fun while we didn't have super old players in the Boomer Bash. Seeing TLO play again, for example, was pretty nice, for example. So yeah, I thought it was pretty neat as well. As you are going to see the double robo facility coming down here from early, so he's going to go for full on. I mean, if this isn't North American ladder, I don't know what is. The double robo proxy and TVP. In Control did this to me once, actually, in the casters, in one of the caster invitational events. In Control killed me with this. I thought I was doing such a good job of setting up in the game. I was like, man, my early game's been so good, my scouting's been brilliant, and then he had like a War Prism and 3 Immortals. I was like, what? It turns out my scouting was not quite so good. I was sitting there thinking, cheesy Americans. Ah, gosh darn it, I should have known. And in this case, QXC's info is he sees no expansion, so he knows something is up, but figuring out what that is going to be the challenge now. And the thing with this is that you can set up the bunker here, but the power of this double robo play is you can get the Prism, you get many Immortals, and you can play that elevator in game. The Widowmine's going to be a good zoning unit early on. The Marines are going to be great to zone as well. The one nice thing is, while Immortals are very powerful, a lot of their shots would be wasted on Marines a lot of the time because there's going to be a lot of overkill there, and I think this Reaper did just see what was up, by the way, so saw the unit at least, so should be fairly aware of what's happening now as the starport will finish. One of the things, yeah, I was going to say, you need a Viking here because you need to push the Prism back. The one thing you can't let happen in this situation is just to let this Immortal and this Prism just have your life. So get the Viking out, you can start poking away at the Prism, and then you can actually really push this back a lot more easily and a lot more comfortably. It's interesting because like a Cyclone feels quite nice in this scenario, but at the same time, a Cyclone goes down very quickly if you miss micro and you let it get a bit too close. Then again, the Widowmines don't exactly do much when the Observer's nearby, right? So Widowmines overall I think are neat, but I think probably the Tech Lab on the factory, because if nothing else, getting the Siege Tank out and starting to get that defense ready would be very great. But yeah, this Viking comes out, this Prism will get pushed away, and as soon as this Prism gets pushed back, this pressure really does come to a pretty heavily grinding halt. As we actually need to pull back with the Prism too. We're going to recall this one Immortal that's stuck in the main base. We did not manage to get back to that to save it, as we actually will get the Prism as well. I guess the pressure will not come to a complete stop, but the scariest part of it, which is the fact you can attack in multiple different places and micro so effectively, is now taken away. Stuff like the Siege Tank and so on become a lot more valuable at this point of the defense. So QXC will step forward with these Marines and will try to go towards a couple of those Immortals pushing back and forth. As we have the couple of Immortals going to get rid of a Mule, get rid of an SCV, and the Orbital will have to live, which is fine, because we're still just on one base at the moment here from early. He is not exactly rushing over to any sort of additional economy. He's actually, I mean, the Immortals are still very powerful. You can see, you got to be super careful with this tank. We got to siege it up far away, keep it safe, make these Immortals go for a big run around if they want to get anywhere. As this pressure obviously adds up, but the tank will be at least a little scary. We've got still a Marine buffer. We've got to replace the depots. We've got an Engineering Bay coming up. And, yeah, I mean, the problem is these Immortals still fighting from the low ground. Doing well for themselves, as we are going to see these Marines will step up. They need to try and protect the Siege Tank. The Siege Tank's going to go down as well as the SCVs also pull through, but we are going to at least get some kills from this, right? One Immortal fell. We didn't quite get that other one, which is low HP now. The observer there for high ground vision allows you to shoot all the way down. As the SCVs continue to chase, a second Immortal drops, a new Siege Tank available. And we just got to keep defending the top of this ramp. We have enough SCVs to keep a few pulled. We're oversaturated in the main base. As the new Prism arrives as well, the Viking might want to lift back up. But the Viking also has to be babysat a little, because obviously we're talking about a couple of Stalkers that are back in play. I wouldn't even hate some SCVs maybe pulling onto the Viking during this, as the Viking looking for that Prism once more. Stalkers have not been able to target it down. We're losing another Immortal. The SCV pull looks to get us around on some Immortals too. What do we even have unit-wise? 4 Marines, a Reaper, and a Viking. It's not a lot of firepower, but we are somehow slowly making our way to Stim. We're back to Widowmine production because we lost the Tech Lab. Just trying to spend our money anywhere that we can as these Immortals continue to micro back. The Viking back on the ground as well. That gets deleted by the Immortals, unfortunately, as we did get rid of the Observer, right? So moving up here now, we're going to sacrifice an Immortal to a Widowmine. It's not quite a sacrifice, it doesn't die, but still goes very low. And the Immortals push back up once again. Stimpack is about to be done, so a few moments from having those Marines be a little bit better. It does help, because also just being able to close the gap on kiting units is quite nice, as the factory might just want to lift off here. Try and keep that alive. It's something you don't really want to invest into having to rebuild. Get rid of one Immortal. Like I say, Stim's ready, so we can chase, and we are going to have a good time chasing. 2 Immortals go down. The Stalker gets picked off as well. These Marines want to continue in. Like I say, Immortals against Marines, a funny fight. Immortals are pretty tanky. Immortals can definitely hold their own in some regard, but there's a lot of over damage being done at the same time, right? As apparently Reaper across the map's been a little bit annoying, and Early is going to drop the Robo Bay down, sticking on one base through and through. This man knows what he likes to do in the matchup, and he ain't backing away from it as we get rid of one more Immortal before lifting and backing away. And Marauder's an interesting addition, because Marauder obviously is kind of not... It's just going to melt against the Immortals, as I think the SCVs kind of need to stay in the front of this as best as possible. Still cranking out 2 more Immortals. What's the resources lost at? 4.5 to 3.4k. Early will drop a Nexus down back at home, so Nexus coming up over on that natural expansion. We'll see the Widowmine Burrower and the Observer overhead. The factory coming through, moving about. And we do see our Disruptor and Immortal continuing to produce. Add that Warp Gate in on the high ground. Obviously, that's something you did not go into yet, because this has been pure Immortal production off these Robos. It was all about this attack. As we do get rid of the new Obs, right? So that's also a nice addition. Yeah, resources lost is very good for early, but again, you're in this weird position where you are kind of related to the natural. I mean, QXC actually going to fly the orbital over here. Even if you can just drop mules there and preserve these mineral lines for a little bit, that would be huge. Fax goes to a tech lab. It's funny, because at this point, I actually feel as though all you really need, based on the current army, is just bio. Like, enough bio wipes this out, although the Disruptor obviously will have something to say about that too. I don't hate the factory lifting off and just kind of focus on some, you know, Marine Marauder right now. I also do not hate the idea of just getting across the map. If, you know, Early is saying, hey, I want to be a bit more passive, a drop across the map right now could shred all semblance of an economy he has over there. But it might connect. The SCVs might have to pull right here, as we just don't have a lot, because, like I say, one medevac's going across the map. But at least it would be an economy trade, right? As we're going to come in from the left-hand side, the Immortal is going to get jumped on, taken out immediately. The Disruptor just hanging back over to the side. The SCVs are going to pull. Like I say, this handful of units will try and do their thing. Disruptor shot is going to land on all of the Marines, and the Marauder goes low as well. So we will get rid of every bio unit here, apart from the ones across the map that will now go after the natural. We obviously have this orbital building. We're actually going to recall a chunk of the units back so that we have something to deal with this drop. Otherwise, there was not going to be much there. One more got left behind, though. This Disruptor is going to get chased. We're down to 7 SCVs against 16 probes. A pretty silly situation, no doubt, as these Marines will kill off this Disruptor. So there's a little bit of a bonus there. Obviously, we still do have mules. This base hasn't died, but there's a lack of mobility in these units. So you've either got to split well or just kind of give up one location. But giving up the natural kind of sucks. These Marines actually just going to get a trade onto the Immortal. I feel like we could have killed it, no? Medevac's not low on HP. I think we could have had that, as now we're fighting against another Immortal over here. The SCV being healed up enough by the Medevac, so it's not going down, and we are going to get the Immortal kill. Down on the bottom side, another Immortal shows up. I never thought I'd see 2 SCVs and a Marine having a fight against an Immortal that looked so close. Well, it wasn't one I had on my bingo card for sure. Obviously, again, mobility and the fact you can just lift into the Medevac and escape is one of the big advantages right now. We leave an Immortal and 2 Stalkers back at home. The rest trying to come across the map again. QXE able to get a few more Marines going. Also has the +1 attack upgrade, by the way, so everything he's working with is just so much better than what you're typically expecting. Stalker has to be careful, obviously. I like the idea of trying to target down a Medevac. Medevacs provide a lot of value in this state of the game, but you don't want to lose too much at the same time, so... Unfortunately, the Robos are going to get depowered. We do see the Nexus on the natural going down as well, so we're able to nab that. And with the Robos going down, we would realistically be on a single gate of production, and then we're really in a bit of a disadvantage as early, apart from the fact his current army is very teched up. I'm going to try and make sure you get that pylon in time. Here come the Immortals to try and play cleanup. We're going to turn, but I think that's just a bit too much, so we will keep power to this, which means another Disruptor gets to come online. A few units still defending against the drop that was in the upper left. Marines regather, they lift back up, we pull back over to that right-hand side, going to unload toward the main base. Do we have enough to actually hold on? I mean, the Disruptor is the biggest concern. The Disruptor can do so much so quickly. Again, we have this base over here. The fact that that's mining is... It's funny, because early should probably be like, huh, where did the CC go? I never killed that natural CC, so where did it get to? As we are going to see the Disruptor shot, we try and pull away from it. We tried to target it down initially as well. We will get it now. Do these Marines have enough firepower in them? There's a few Marines in the back as well. Honestly, the Marines can do okay. As over here, oh my goodness, the Disruptor catches the dropship, which actually does still get rid of 2 Stalkers. My goodness, actual chaos around the map is... Obviously, there's a lot going on, a lot of different places to look at. These few Immortals are still trying to fire it up. And we're just going to be seeing the... barracks and the starport taking a few more shots. The Marines stim in again. This Disruptor goes down once more. And Marines still very much so coming through. And again, the firepower of a few Marines collected together is good against these Immortals. And we will see the Immortals going down again with +1, with combat shield. Obviously stim too. This turns out to be quite powerful. And now this singular kind of Immortal is not going to stand on its own. The couple Stalkers are doing okay to help out. We have got more Marines in the main base that are yet to join this fight. Hence, because they didn't join it already, this Immortal gets to survive. Still just spamming mules down on this base. This is such a lifesaver, because without this base, this is such a, such a difficult situation. I mean, this base, without this base, you don't win the game at all. Could early have denied this base is my question. It's kind of weird, because like I say, his army's not super mobile, so I don't actually know if he would have been able to get rid of that base altogether, even if he wanted to try and go for it. You can see the end of economy in the main, which is going to be rough. I mean, early, I probably think, I was looking at this right now and thinking, this is kind of okay for me still, right? Like, I'm shutting down his production, his orbital is lifting. Again, he just does not currently know about mining over here, which is a pretty big factor. Refineries will be taking shots, the factory lifting off. I'm going to recall back home, as I think he's afraid of maybe the drop across the other side. I'm going to rebuild 4 barracks. Do we need to rebuild all the barracks? I mean, we still got a couple already. I guess we're floating a lot of money. What's funny now is we're actually going to end up going to take another base over here. And if it just takes the Protoss a little bit too long to figure this out, and we actually get some more units in production, You know what, as well, like, I mean, honestly, just threaten with a handful of Marines over to the other side. What if early over respects that and he pulls back towards that position and he doesn't come over here? Because honestly, like I say, more Marine production is huge, and with 750 minerals, we can build a lot of Marines at the end of the day, right? And so if we build a lot of Marines, I am genuinely curious. This observer's about to see it. I want to see Early's camera as he sees that there's a base here, mining, depots, barracks. He goes back home, he warps in. This would have been a great time. I mean, and it's a ladder game, but imagine there was an actual webcam on the guy right now. I feel like his face would be like, what? No! And all these barracks just cranking Marines. And because this is a full base of economy and double mule dropping down, we can build a lot of Marines. It's funny because these 6 barracks are still essentially just 3 racks, because 2 reactors and a tech lab is the typical setup, so that's 5 Marines at a time. This is only 6 Marines at a time, so it's actually a reasonable amount of production to have in the current state of the game. A couple of Immortals and these Dogs will keep pushing through. A couple of SCVs going down over on the edges. This is enough Marines to fight this. Like I say, there's never been a good answer to Marines apart from the Disruptors, but we got rid of those probably because we felt as though there was never going to be enough Marines left over to kind of need those anymore. When Stalkers get chased away, the few Marines live back up over here. I'm actually going to lose this medevac, but early. As, again, had to think about dealing with it. And the fact he doesn't win out over here, now we actually get to just produce a large enough army. I think this is the first time in the entire game QXC has a large enough army to actually just almost call it an army even. Like before now, we saw so many smaller armies. Now we begin to move across the map. And we look to push straight into this natural expansion. With a siege tank here as well, I don't think there's there's definitely not an easy way to fight this, right? The Stalkers still don't have blink, they're very unteched. As you scan, we're going to see the unit starting to collapse in the tank. We're going to have to decide if it wants to siege or not. Going to pull to the side, will siege. Marines fighting back, like I say, without really any tech or any blink. You just don't have good enough units here, and early from the double robo proxy. Felt like probably at many points of this game he had it. This is one of those games that has you cursing out Terrans afterwards. How could he survive? How is it possible? And it really was that 3 o'clock base that really kept some amount of economy going at any stage of this. GG, well played. It actually was pretty well played. Because it was chaotic, it was crazy. The drop across the map was very good because it definitely bought you a lot of time as well. I think a lot of the fun in this game was very imperfect, right? There was moments where we probably could have easily depowered these 2 robos, but there was so much else going on. It kept the chaos of it all alive. GG's. That was genuinely a very, that was actually a very fun ladder game to cast. There we go. Yeah, that will be fun. That was actually a fun game. That's why I think these, that's why I was talking about it recently where I was like, you know, there's a lot of matchups. Someone the other day was like, don't you think the overall skill level of StarCraft 2 will go down if there's like no circuit? And I was like, well, the overall skill level might drop a bit. But the great thing about StarCraft 2 is that you can have really good games as long as people are evenly matched against each other, right? And that's, I think, a great example of it, right? Enough mistakes were made on either side to make this an extremely entertaining game. That's a very good example of that. It was epic. Epic indeed. Alright, guys. That is all I have for you, though. Dcash11B, thank you so much for the 18-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Who else has a Prime out there? Yep, if you got a Prime, use it. We can make more StarCraft happen with it. Please do consider using your Primes on the channel. Yep, that is all I've got for you guys today. So like I said, I'll be back with WardiTV Spring Championship tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday. I'll see you guys for that over the weekend. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. I don't think I've got anything else to... I don't think I've got anything else to say or do or add. Thank you, QXC, for the replay. It was also a lot of fun. Yeah, you guys have a great rest of your day. I'm going to run some ads on the outro. As usual, they help to support the stream, guys. The ad revenue is actually on the up a little bit lately, so stick around if you can for a couple moments. We appreciate it. 321 Dash, thank you so much for the 4-month resub on the Prime as well. I appreciate it as well. Thank you so very much. Awesome. Alrighty, guys. I will leave you to enjoy some StarCraft 2 with some other people. Anyone got any suggestions for a host? I might just host Loco. He's doing Warcraft, but he's part of the StarCraft family, you know, so... I think I'm gonna send you guys over to Loco. So I will send you guys there. He's practicing for the Grubby tournament. He's playing the It's kind of like a Creators Invitational Warcraft 3 tournament, so he's practicing for that for the next 8 days still. So I'll send you guys over to Loco. You guys have a great rest of your Thursdays. I'm going to go enjoy the sun a little bit, and I'll see you guys tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday for the WardiTV Spring Championship. Tomorrow's group especially is really freaking good, so make sure you drop by for that. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I'll see you guys there. Bye!